Hey, everybody. Thanks for joining us. We're doing the healing the immune system. And I mean, we could do several parts of this. This could be a part one. It could be, I don't know. We'll see how it goes for you guys. But, you know, when we look at like healing different conditions, let's look at things from the point of view of vagal tone, right? So vagal tone is your body's ability to go into rest and repair, right? So it's tied to a certain part of the involuntary part of your nervous system. You don't really have to think about it. You don't really think about it. Um, and your body goes through and it does these processes, right? Some processes have to do with action and activity, which is also the same system that has to do with fight flight, um, also fawn and freeze, right? And so the other aspect has to do with rest and repair. And this is when the body has the ability to go into a deeper state of relaxation and begin repairing itself or healing itself or dealing with a difficulty. And it also has to do with like the digestion of food and things like this, right? So if we look at this, the action activity component, which is also tied to fight or flight, but also fight or flight could also be freeze or fawn, right? So fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. So freezing is just shutting something down, right? And fawning is like, if you look at it from behavior, it would be like adjusting yourself to like kind of fit into an uncomfortable situation. Somebody's being really mean to you and being super obnoxious, and you do things that are nice or pleasing to them to like avoid the conflict, right? So your body does a version of that. If you look at what fight flight is it's also that aspect, that component is tied to the stress response. And the stress response will aggravate conditions, right? It will aggravate conditions in the body. So if you have a sore shoulder and the body is in fight flight. Now I'm not saying emotionally or mentally you got triggered, but the body can get triggered just like we do emotionally or mentally. Then there is an exaggeration of that problem, right? And then if you look at the freeze component, part of what happens in a stress state is that the body's functions shut down, just like we would shut down with another person. Like, somebody's being super obnoxious, super aggressive, trying to make things feel awkward, whatever version of that is. A lot of people will shut down or try to get away, or they'll put up their fists and go, okay, come on, let's do this. Or they'll say what the person wants to hear so that they can walk away from the situation. That's fawning. Your body does a version of this when it gets triggered. So if you look at it from that point of view, most times when we're looking at something that is a symptom, we're dealing with something that is in a stressed state, right? We're looking like, say, your shoulder is in a lot of pain. That's a stress state. You're fighting off a virus or you're fighting off a bacterial infection. That's a stress state. You have a lot of digestive issues, stress state, whatever it might be, even really chronic health issues, that some part of your body is in a very stressed state, right? So now we come back to this idea of vagal tone, which is rest and repair, and then the the action activity part, which is also fight flight, right? Now, rest and repair is what we call vagal tone, right? The more that we can improve vagal tone, the body can go into rest and repair mode. Just because we go into rest and repair mode doesn't mean that the body automatically goes out of that stress state. Vagal tone tries to diminish it, but sometimes an even quicker way to handle something is to diminish that stress state from the point of view of the nervous system, right? So in the fight flight mechanism, in the sympathetic part of the nervous system, the action activity part of the nervous system, this too can lose tone. And when it's the sympathetic nervous system, it's referred to as dystonia, right? It just means lack of tone. And so when it lacks tone, it gets all freaked out. Like it just freaks out. And like it becomes hyper-reactive, right? It gets hyper-reactive, or it has the tendency to shut down. So if you think of like what fight flight is, if fight flight's been there long enough, we fawn or we freeze, right? And so this idea is, think about how you are when you're a little bit tired, you're a little overstimulated, you got too many things on your plate, and somebody comes up and says, "Hey, we got a problem," or "Hey, I need a favor right now, ASAP." You kind of lose it a little bit, right? Or, maybe you don't, but most people do. I don't have the energy for this. I don't have the time for this. I got too many things on my plate. Why are you asking me this? Like whatever version of that. You have a little bit of a, even if you keep it together internally, you're like, I got to keep it together. I need to not overreact, right? Your body does the same exact thing. Like that is just a manifestation of things going on in the nervous system. So really what you're looking at is you're wanting to work vagal tone, right? You're wanting to improve the ability for rest and repair for any health issue. This is actually the key to the tree of life and spiritual development. You know how a chakra has a holy name, and then a chakra has an adversary, and we're trying to overcome the negative tendencies in that chakra to develop that spiritual ability or that spiritual connection to that aspect of God. That in the chakra is the struggle of vagal tone and dystonia, right? The more that we're in a stress state, the deeper we go to the negative tendency in the chakra. The more that we're in rest and repair mode, right? The more we cultivate the aspect of God. It is neurological, right? We can use our faculties to help refine the body, to help refine the nervous system, but the manifestation is neurological, right? That's why in deeper practices, in almost every tradition, there's practices that have to do with refining the nervous system. There's whole practices that's all it is. It's just a practice of refining the nervous system. And so if we understand this mechanism, healing takes on a different perspective. We stop wrestling with the symptom, because if you look at just a symptom-oriented approach, you're trying to use stress thinking to get rid of a stressed state. That's why it doesn't work very well. You're using the cause of the health issue to try to be the remedy, and even if it produces a short-term effect, it doesn't resolve it in the body. It's not holistic in nature. But the more we understand about vagal tone, the more that it becomes easier to perceive the dystonia. And we kind of go through and we treat like both. We treat the dystonia and we treat the vagal tone. And when that happens, the body is able to do what the body is wired to do. You know, if we're looking at a virus, you know, our point of view is like, I'm gonna get that virus. I'm gonna nail that virus. I'm gonna I like that I put my hands on my hips for some reason. I'm gonna go after that virus and I'm gonna kill that virus. I'm gonna eradicate the virus. Yeah, that's true. But if you really wanted to eradicate the virus, you would help the body do what it does rather than going, I'm gonna fight that virus. I'm gonna help the body eradicate that virus. I'm gonna help the body eradicate the bacteria. I'm gonna help the body eradicate the fungal infection. Rather than being in a super stressed state, being depleted, being tired, and going, let's pick a fight with that virus. Let's put the body in the right place and in the right state so that it can handle that and heal itself. I mean, that's the goal. Even if you don't understand what I'm talking about, like you kind of did it a little bit, but you're like, not clear. As we go through and we do this practice, you'll start to understand. Like that's, you know, a lot of times when we do these healing classes, I put a bunch of information for you to read and I put a bunch of like symptoms and I don't know. With this class, I felt that was a little bit of a distraction. Like I really want you to get the points that we're going to be talking about here. And if you get this, it will be easy to heal anything that is immune related because you have this set of principles to go through and problem solve any sort of health issue. So, you know, this is why I said this is kind of a part one. Part two is I'll drop in all the conditions and everything, but I want us to have this experience this weekend and see how you process it. And then from that, I'll tweak the booklet accordingly. So if we think about it, a big issue for most people is that their immune system is stressed out. You could say not only is it stressed out, it's freaking out. Like your immune system is in freak out mode, right? You know, it's got its own version of PTSD. You know, it's like, what's that noise? When I hear sirens, you know, when the immune system is super stressed out, any little thing kind of triggers a response. And even if you think about how we get triggered emotionally or mentally, you know, we have a little bit of a freak out mode, the immune system is a big part of that. You know, the immune system helps eradicate viruses, bacterias, parasites, you know, fungi. And it's basically dealing with outside invaders. But outside invaders also could be the jerk at work, the person who pulled in front of you on the freeway. You know, it could be even things where you're having difficulties or problems, some sort of opposition. the body perceives that as an outside invader. Think of it like this. This is why intellect is good and then not so good, right? Intellect is good. It always learns from past experiences. It learns from things that it has memorized or its past experiences, or it learns from other people's experiences. It learns from hypotheticals, right? Here's the problem with that is the world is not in repetition, just the mind. The mind the intellect is in repetition. The world is transient. Even the cycles of the seasons, they're not always the same. There's some predictability to it, but every day you never know, right? Like if you look at the idea of a storm, it's a form of chaos. It's something that is chaotic. And yes, we know what a storm is, but storms are also a bit unpredictable. And life is just always in that mode. You think about what's been happening in society for the last, I don't know, 7 years, I guess now, 6, something like that. We're not doing the same thing we did 15 years ago. We're not doing the same thing 20 years ago. Things are constantly shifting and changing, you know? We're constantly having to adjust and adapt. That is not an intellectual process. It's an intuitional process. So what you're talking about is with the immune system is our reaction to things that are happening around us, always. And that the more unpredictable it becomes, or the more that it's not how we think it should be, not only does it cause problems in the mind, it causes problems in the immune system. Autoimmune issues aren't necessarily always because of things going on in the physical body. A lot of times it's how we're reacting to things in the environment. And it doesn't mean that we're doing something wrong. It just means that sometimes we've maybe had more difficulties, or we've had more adversaries in our life, or we've had more obstacles, or we've had more people come at us, or we're just in a chaotic situation, or we've gone through a difficulty. And yes, it's emotional, and yes, it's mental, but it's also physical. And yes, it affects the nervous system, but yes, it also impacts the immune system. So I'll give you an example. The bit that I've done treating people from severe traumatic events, severe car accidents, but more importantly, like shootings, bombings, things like that, acts of violence. Usually within a year, they have a substantial immune deficiency. Like they start getting sick really easy. Everybody might get a cold or flu during cold and flu season. They get it 3 or 4 times. The next year, they get it 4 or 5 times. And then it's like they're just always kind of nursing something throughout the year. They start isolating themselves because, like, sometimes they don't even realize that they're isolating themselves, but they're minimizing the interactions with people because, for one, they had the traumatic event, but two, their body is so compromised that going out, it can't handle a lot of the interaction. And really, some of it is the nervous system, but a lot of it is the immune system. We don't realize how much the immune system impacts us, even emotionally, mentally. Like, you take anger, for example, a lot of anger is generated by the immune system, a lot of it. So if you think about, like, if you've been doing classes, over the last couple of years, we differentiate between like higher emotion and lower emotion, right? And lower emotion is actually physiological. Your body is using emotion to help motivate you to take action in the environment, to help you to thrive, right? Like, if you're angry, and you're in fight flight, the body generates anger, and so you fight better. But if you need to run, the body's going to generate fear. It's going to make you run faster. If the body thinks, hey, you should freeze, get overwhelmed. If you're overwhelmed, you can't have any responses, right? And so if you look at a lot of emotion that we generate, where we're like, why am I anxious? Why am I angry? Why am I always overwhelmed? It is tied to a stress response. The thing that generates lower emotion is that sympathetic part of the nervous system. It's the mechanisms associated with fight flight. So if you have dystonia in a particular part of your nervous system, associated with a particular system, you're going to generate lower emotion regardless of how much you process your past events, and regardless of how you try to perceive things that are going on with you now, and how you try to let go of the past and all of that. It's like, you might let go of the past, but that state is still in the body. Like, it's still generating that emotion. So doesn't mean we don't work on those things from the past, or traumatic events, or people who make us upset or angry. But really, if we're going to eradicate that, if we're going to resolve it, we have to go into the body. We have to go into the immune system. We have to go into the nervous system. We have to go into the endocrine function, right? And really, if we just start calming down the sympathetic part of the nervous system, like by bringing greater tone to it, and we improve vagal tone, in theory, there's nothing we should be able to handle anything or everything. Because even a really chronic health issue is still that balance between dystonia and vagal tone. And if we can work on both, we got something. We can make rapid progress in an area where we might have a health issue or a health concern, be it acute or chronic. We should be able to work through it relatively quickly. Sometimes certain health issues, there's either more factors involved, or there might be some genetics, or the body's been damaged, or who knows. But for the most part, if you keep improving the function, something usually happens. So the goal for this weekend is coming up with better strategies to handle the immune system, so that when we get sick, or when we, have some sort of issue that the body can go through and resolve it quicker than it does normal, right? So the very first thing we're going to look at is a hyper-vigilant or hyper-reactive immune system. So this could be autoimmune, right? But I would say a lot more people are walking around with autoimmune tendencies in their body than have been diagnosed, right? And so it just means that the body is more reactive and more hypervigilant. And this can even begin to reflect on how you interact with the world. You become more hyperreactive and more hypervigilant because the immune system, the first thing that interacts with anything in our environment, if it's hyperreactive and hypervigilant, then also we're hyperreactive and hypervigilant in the environment with whoever, whatever, right? And so we all have this potential, we all have this tendency. The more that we resolve it, not only will your health become better, but you'll notice with the stuff in the environment, you process it differently. You handle it differently. You're a little bit more chill about it. You're able to take in information and you're able to make more cognitive choices rather than just having reactions all the time, being triggered all the time. Because we think of triggered as just having a meltdown. But if you think fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, sometimes we get triggered. We're about to say something and somebody says something, we get a little triggered and we completely change what we're going to say to fit in with what they're going to say, or what they're thinking. Oh, yeah, I totally think that, whatever that might be, rather than like, yeah, a different opinion, but as much as we think that's a choice, it's just a reaction. That's all it is. It's just a reaction. You go boil it down to the immune system. So hypervigilant immune response, basically what you're doing here with a hypervigilant immune response is you're reducing the stress specifically in the immune system. You're telling the immune system, hey, relax, be chill. Not everything's, like a fight or we got to run. Right? So you're reducing the hyperreactivity and the hypervigilance, which means by doing that, you're allowing the immune system to regenerate, rejuvenate, repair itself, and be able to act appropriately when there is an infection or when there is something that needs to happen. Because even an injury is tied to an immune response. So you have choices: anise, arnica, cistus, fir balsam, lemongrass, marjoram, melissa, neroli, osmanthus, schizandra, or tarragon. And in the kit for purchase, there was a blend, hypervigilant immune response. The two that really stand out in the single oils for this are cistus and fir balsam. Anise does, arnica, but arnica is especially good for like injuries or tied to like the inflammatory response, but it still has an impact. Marjoram, melissa, neroli, all good. Osmanthus, schizandra. Schizandra is used for treating certain kinds of autoimmune issues. Okay, so choose one of those oils. And before we start inhaling, just check in with your body. And not that we're going to be doing like a form of psychotherapy on different situations. I mean, how we do body awareness, I use the same blend and I do it externally as well. Like, what about that situation where there was a conflict or somebody was really insulting or something bad happened? I'll go back and I'll revisit those situations while working the immune system. Because it's like you're re-educating the immune system. You know, the immune system has a kind of memory, right? Same with the nervous system, has a kind of memory. Endocrine system has a kind of memory. Other systems don't. Body muscles have a kind of memory too, like the fascia and the muscle. But other than that, everything else is just, it does what it does, right? So check in with how you feel, but check in with a couple situations. Just because you're visiting, like, oh, that active situation, it's a little agitating, or I get a little triggered by this person or this situation. And then you go to the past and you're like, oh, yeah, that situation, super upsetting, super triggering. We're not going to do any focus on these situations. I just want to use it as a baseline, right? You're just measuring. Now, normally when we do body awareness, which is going to be the very first thing that we do, you put your awareness on your body, you kind of feel something, and then you focus on it, and then you would begin inhaling the oil. We can do it that way. But one of the things that I like to do with some of these oil blends that are either for vagal tone or for dystonia, right, is I like to begin inhaling it first. And then as I inhale it, let it uncover things in my body. So I would say start inhaling it for a moment. You're not practicing awareness on anything. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, now let it go for a minute. Now, I want to be clear about this. When I say let's observe the body and you're looking for an area in your body, it's not what you think it's going to be. It's not like, well, yeah, I got a bad shoulder. Let's visit the bad shoulder. The point is to observe the body. You're looking for things that you could say they're like energetic lesions in the body, and they're not always going to be what you think or where you think. So this isn't about just going and visiting your problem spots. This is about you observing your body And in observing your body, you're already shifting out of that stressed state. When we're in a stressed state, we are fixated on the things that bring us discomfort. My shoulder, my back of my rib, my hip, right? And it might be you observe, and that's what it is. But let's not just go there. Like, observe your body. Where do you feel something happening in the body? By practicing this, you begin to align the mind and the body. When we're in that intellectual state where you're just visiting these things in stressed out states, there's a disconnect between the mind and body. So healing is very slow, or sometimes just doesn't even happen, right? So we want to observe. We want to move into more of that intuitive part of the mind. So you've inhaled a little bit, you kind of stirred things up a little bit. Observe, what do you feel? Do you feel it in the neck or along the spine, down in the legs? As weird as it sounds, like for me, when I go through and I do this and I go, okay, I'm working the immune system, I'm going to diminish my immune system. As I inhale this, where do I feel it? I usually feel it in my hamstrings and my calves. Not somewhere where you would think like, oh, it's going to be in this particular area. It's going to be in my sinuses. It's going to be in my lungs. It's going to be, it might not have any rhyme or reason, because all these different areas of your body contribute to your immune response. There's tension in your body, it's going to contribute, right? You think about your unwinding fight flight, not emotional fight flight, not mental fight flight, your unwinding fight flight in the body. Like, sometimes body systems even are at odds with each other because they're in fight flight, so they fight or run from each other. So you're just trying to harmonize the body. So you're observing the body and start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on wherever you felt something. And then pause and let go. Just pause and let go. How's that feeling for you already? Observe your body again. Where do you feel something in your body? Wherever you feel something, could be the same place, could be a different area. Begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on that area. And pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Hey, just pause and be still for a moment. Just let it incubate for a moment. There you go. Okay, your awareness is on your spine. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let that go for a moment. Now do your brain and spine both at the same time. Let's not blend them by them. Now do the brain and soles of your feet. And then just pause and let go. Just notice how you're feeling. Your eyes are closed, you're just relaxing. Practice body awareness. Just be aware of your body. Where do you feel something? You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on that area of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause and be still. Do you feel like you can meditate really easily, right? No. Okay. Again, your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Brain and spine both at the same time. The brain and soles of your feet. And then just pause and be still. Check in with your body. And remember those situations that we visited in the beginning, just as a measuring stick, a way to kind of gauge what's happening as we shift our immune system. Check in with those situations. Okay. Let's maybe take a moment and share experiences and ask questions. We're not done with this segment, but we'll take a break from doing a practice and let's talk again for a little bit.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Good morning. It was excellent, Greg. I think you explained things so well going into it.
Oh, good. I'm never sure.
Oh, I
It
really
makes
think you
sense
did.
in my head, but like, when I start talking about it, I'm like,
I plan to send this to my nephew, even if he just listen to this first segment, because it's explained so beautifully. And then if you can experience it in your body with an oil, it really surprised me, even when you explained that part where things showed up, they hadn't showed up before. but
Yeah.
I could follow it down like 3 different places, like from the top of my head in the corner down through
Hmm.
jaw right down into the like
Hmm.
a vein in my neck. It just
Hmm.
kind of almost opened up the drip lines.
And like you said, like it could be old injuries, it could be I think that we also don't always understand or assess like the things that are going on in our environment and how much they impact our physiology. And if you really think about it, like that's the whole principle of feng shui. Feng shui is about, you know, putting things in a kind of order in your environment so that it doesn't impact your physiology. You know, there's some energetic components, but even that energy still impacts your physiology. Like if you think of like, oh, there's all this clutter on my desk or when I walk in the house, you know, we look at it from the point of view of like, oh, the flow of energy is this or the flow of energy is that. But when you look at it, your body has a response that then is chaotic, and your body is always like trying to establish some sort of order or some sort of like reaction to that. And there you go. And
Yeah.
so it's something that when we look at things like through different perspective, all these different pieces are there. We just don't ever put it all together. I've been doing this for years, and it's taken me so long to start putting pieces together. And so when you look at it from this perspective, um, so much of the things that we try to get done in our life or to heal our body is that we're just in a stressed state, and we just got to unwind the stress. And it's not, I mean I think the difficulty is a lot of times we identify stress as something mental or emotional, but a majority of the stress is in the body. And sometimes we have stresses very specifically in the body, like in a specific system that just, you know, it stops things from happening or makes things worse.
When it stops, it loops, that's,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
yeah, then it's
Yeah.
in the loop.
Yeah.
Yes. And thank you so much. This is absolutely beautiful. Thank
Oh,
you.
good. I'm glad.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg, sorry that took a minute. Um, that was really wonderful. It felt great. I was going through a bunch of the ointments and tinctures and stuff last night, and a lot of them I don't know how to use as well as I should. Are there some that, I mean, obviously you've given a list of a variety of oils that we would use if there was a body tonic or whatever. Are there some other ones like a tincture or um, whether it's
Oh,
one of the
for this?
healers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, you could start off like if you started off just with like a very basic approach to like the tinctures or something like that. Um, Traditionally, what is used is reishi, like reishi mushroom. Reishi is very good for undoing some of the effects of um, a hypervigilant immune response. Like if we're just talking about a hypervigilant immune response, because we can apply this to, I mean, we are over a period of time where we're looking at this idea of dystonia in all the areas of the body as well as vagal tone. Because really, if you get that down, if you get that down, there's a mystical name for it. It's divine intelligence. You're harnessing divine intelligence, which is, a big portion of our healing process. Like, like healing is a lower manifestation of a process that's much greater than the life or our body. It's like you're bringing something in and you're aligning something in the body. So we don't have to really necessarily tap into something much bigger or much greater. We can look at the body and harness the divine intelligence within the form, and we'll eventually experience the greater experience, right? And so if we're looking at it just from the point of view of the immune system, the immune system plays a big role in the first manifestation, first aspect of the manifestation of light into form. So it's all about the reaction, your reaction to whatever transient thing is happening in your environment. And so reishi is good, but like there's all kinds of body tonics, like aloes is good, patchouli is good, sandalwood is good, jasmine. Let's see.
Any particular place you would put
I
things?
just
or-
put it on the body, and those aren't necessarily super specific just to the immune system. Super specific to the immune system would be cistus, like a cistus body tonic or cistus tincture, or fir balsam. And the idea of fir balsam is that in ancient times, fir balsam was used as an anointing oil. Like, you would put it on somebody's forehead. And I want to say there's certain times where the Catholic Church still uses fir balsam as a thing that they put in their anointing oil. I mean, they just put a little tiny bit in there, but man, I'd go crazy with it. And even just inhaling it or wearing it on the forehead, it shifts the body's reaction to things going on in the environment, but it also shifts your reaction as you begin to experience light, because it's one of those things that I said in the past that, like, even when we have meditation, emotionally, mentally, we're like, oh, this feels so good. But your body is like, I don't know about this. Like, I used to have discussions with this with the guru. I was like, I have this beautiful meditation and then I can't do it again. Like and if I look at it and I scan and I evaluate, the body goes into a stress state. And he goes, yeah, you have to kind of keep making the body, like, you have to unwind it or de-stress it, however you want to say it, to get it to be able to handle those higher experiences. And that's why people will meditate and then they'll stop meditating. And it's why we do things not in a repetitive way, but we're always like kind of bouncing around, is we're keeping the body's resistance to those things back on its heels. Like it never sees it coming. You know what I mean? And so for balsam, especially for the immune system, for balsam and cistus, and for the immune system, I mean, there's the ones listed as well. They work. Osmanthus is pretty darn good. Schizandra even can, the Melissa neroli, all of these are quite good. But I'd say cistus and fir balsam in the single oils are quite the standout. Like in that blend for the hyper-vigilant immune response, it also has a little bit of ginger grass. But I'd say the ginger grass isn't strong enough on its own to do what we're trying to do. And so, there's things that have little tendencies here, but if you really wanted to go at it hard, internally, a tincture of reishi or cistus, and then fir balsam absolute, or cistus inhalation, but also anise and lemongrass has an impact. They're still on the A list choices, but fir balsam and cistus are a little bit more A plus, you could say.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I have a question. I did
Mhm.
not, I was going back and forth whether I was gonna buy the kit this time or not.
Mhm.
Um, and I, to be honest, just didn't sign up until last night, so I kind of made my own decision by avoiding. Uh, do you think that but what I was looking at, the blends look like they would be super good
Yeah, they're
for,
super specific for each one of these.
so I can go ahead and order and just have them send it after the
Yeah,
fact.
after the fact, and
Okay.
Well, I don't
yeah,
have the kit up right now, but I'll make it so you guys can order.
yeah, yeah,
Because
you can totally make that happen.
that was just getting busy and
Yeah, oh,
not
I
getting
agree.
it done.
Yeah,
Would you please try to remember to do that as we go through this?
we'll
Because
do
I
it
have, in
right
terms
now,
of
maybe.
in terms of the tinctures and the body tonics and stuff, because I have a lot of stuff that I would like to be using better. And if you see something this weekend as we go through that
Okay,
we would
sure.
benefit,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
would love that. And where
yeah,
to
yeah,
put things or whatever.
yeah. You bet. You bet.
Thank you
No,
very
we're
much.
making that available. Like, we're trying to make it so that like even after the fact the kits are available, but like on Friday, I think it shuts down for a little bit until we kick it up. Samantha just did that. So if you want to go get the kit.
I will have it in. Give me.
Appreciate it,
Yeah,
Samantha.
it'll be up in 2 minutes.
No hurry. Thank you, guys.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hello. So this one that we just did,
Mhm.
I guess the awareness that was coming to me is just neutrality to the environment around me
Yeah,
because there's
that's the goal.
more,
Yeah, that's totally the goal.
okay,
Yeah.
because there's more connection inside of me, if that makes sense,
Mhm.
versus the external space.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was kind of cool. That was happening through all of it.
Because if you think of like the stressed, like here we're talking about a stress immune system, but if you look at the manifestation of that, it's hypothetical thinking. It's like, this is going to hurt me, that's going to hurt me, I got to manage this, I got to manage that. Like it's like evaluating things in the environment of the level or degree that there might be a potential that it's going to hurt, cause pain, inflict harm, displace, whatever. And it's just a form of like stress thinking. And so when the immune system keeps getting calmer and calmer, it doesn't mean problems go away, but it takes away that hypothetical like stress thinking, it diminishes it, so you go, okay, look, I got this I got to do, I got that I got to do, there's this
Yeah.
problem, I might still have an obstacle here, but I'm not losing my mind or my body's not freaking out
Sure.
because of it. And I go to we joke about my hair turning gray. My hair started turning gray the first week I took over Astara. And
Hmm.
emotionally, mentally, I was pretty chill. I had a plan, but there was a lot of things that needed to get done. And my body, like I'd go on site, I'd be there 4 or 5 hours, and I'd have to go to the hotel room and sleep. Like I am used to working long hours. Like 4 or 5 hours is nothing. Like that's almost like a day off to me. Like, oh yeah, I
Mhm.
just I had a day off. I only worked 4 hours today.
Mhm.
And that it was wiping me out like that. I'm like, what the F? What the F is
Mhm.
going on here? And I
Mhm.
started evaluating my body as like, my body is super stressed out. And I'm like, emotionally, mentally, I'm not there. But there was just so many things that needed to be done. My body would get there and go, "Ah." And I
Yeah.
literally, like within 2 days, started graying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I was like, I don't get it. And then over a period of time, I was like, I don't get it. Yet I know this whole philosophy and I know this whole principle about how the body goes into a stress state. But
Yeah.
like mentally, it didn't click. you know,
Yeah.
and anytime we have like the hypotheticals in the environment, not only could you say the body is stressed, but you could say the immune system is stressed.
Yeah.
There's some sort of stress in the immune response.
Well, and just in my experience of, trauma, the body has evidence that something bad did happen. So
Yeah,
it's not
totally.
hypothetical. It's just drawing off of.
Well, hypothetical is even based on past experiences, it's looking for hypotheticals like that might hurt, this might hurt.
Correct.
It's
Yeah,
looking
but
for hypotheticals in the
yes,
present or in the near future.
correct. Yeah, it's scanning. I noticed I did that this week when I asked 2 questions about, well, what if this? And I'm like, why am I doing that?
I mean, we all
Um,
do it to a certain extent,
yeah.
but there's a difference between what about this, or what about that, or what about this, what about that? You know what I mean? Big difference.
Yeah.
Very big difference.
So does this
And
diminish?
if I follow on that, the tendency when we're in that hypothetical, like looking for hypothetical pains or injuries or whatever, we tend to get obsessive. Like that's
Yeah.
where the repetitive thoughts and the
Sure.
obsessive thoughts come.
Yeah, absolutely. I just lost my train of thought, but so in
Because you're
the
not stressed.
so in this this is great because I bought reishi a long time ago and I'm like, I need to pull that out and start using it. So
And
is
if you think of reishi, like
Mhm.
reishi is like kind of this magical elixir for a lot of immune related health issues that you just take it and all of a sudden, I feel so much better. And you could use it for cancer, and you could use it for this, and you could use it for that, or whatever. And like when I was young, um, I don't know. I was seeing an acupuncturist. Like I started seeing an acupuncturist when I was about 20.
Yeah.
And, I get in these weird funks. Like I just, oh God, I couldn't pull out of it. And my acupuncturist would sell me this bottle of reishi tablets. They were, it's Chinese
Mhm.
medicine, so they weren't capsules, they were tablets. And he'd go, okay, there's 100 of them, right? There's 100 in this bottle. He goes, by the end of the day tomorrow, this whole bottle has to be gone. Like you have to take all of these, like 20 or 30 at a time. And I was like, that's pretty excessive. And he goes, not only you have to chew them, like, chew them and break them up. And I was like, this is weird. And every time it would pull me out of that funk. And I was like, why? And he was like, just do it. And so many years later, I was like, that was super wise. Like it just pulled the immune system out of
Oh, that's great.
hyper reactivity. Yeah.
So that kind of comes full circle to the question of, is this resetting almost the immune system response?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's it.
Not just resetting it, but it allows the immune system just on its own will start getting stronger.
Yeah, it's a re-education. Like
Yeah.
we don't have
Yeah.
to go, I used to call it like the library of bad shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it picks up volume 1, okay, or volume 2, and then it starts scanning. Okay, so it just kind of neutralizes it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fantastic. Thank you for that.
You're so.
And we had some shares and questions as well in
Sure.
chat. Someone said, I agree with Denise. The explanation was great. Also thought about a relative that I'd like to view this. Should you take reishi mushroom daily?
Yeah, it would be a good idea. I mean, some people might need it more than others. I'm a huge fan of reishi. I take it quite often, but I don't take it every day. Like I'll excessively take it for like a week or two, and then I'm like, I feel amazing. I'm gonna do this all the time. And then after a couple of weeks, I forget. And then I start feeling bad again. And then I'm like, oh, what can I do? And then I start taking it again. And then I feel good again. And so you could take it daily. I have my things that I do daily, and Rishi's sometimes in there and sometimes not, but you can always work on your immune system. I mean, even a super healthy individual, you can always, it's like it needs maintenance all the time. Like if you think about it, like people who have a real pioneering kind of mentality, like they're the first ones through the wall. You could say that they're able to do that because their immune system is relatively regulated. Because whenever you're the first one through something, you get through, but you're also a little bloody. Like, you have to take some punches to get there. And so, one of the things that I look at for myself is, okay, am I breaking out of a way of doing something? Am I putting something forward that it's going to displace the way, people think about it in a particular situation? There's going to be pushback. There is going to be some sort of resistance, or even if it's resistance in me, I always go to the immune system when that happens. I always do. And then when I'm pushing through and having to do something different, or having to do something different with other people, I find that I process and adapt better because I'm less reactive or less like triggered in my reaction. It doesn't mean I don't get irritated, doesn't mean I don't get upset, or, I'm way better than I used to be, but it still can happen. But usually, like now, it's like, it's more regulated. And sometimes, I mean, this sounds weird, but sometimes I pretend to be upset because that's what the situation calls for. When you pretend to be upset, it's not like you're losing your emotion. You're like, you hem and haw and you do whatever. But it's to break something up in a situation. That's usually more like a business situation. Negotiations is a good place to. I don't know about the.
I can go ahead, Zakia.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Namaste, everybody. How's everybody?
Doing good. Hey, how's that leg doing?
Oh man, it's super, super.
Good.
Between Blue Healer and German chamomile and spikenard ointment, I do everything twice a day.
Good.
Good, good, good. Really
Good.
good.
I'm glad it's going good for you.
Absolutely. And also the cordyceps. Oh man, it's phenomenal.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
cordyceps is amazing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
And I thought I was an herbalist. It's like, well, I didn't know about these things.
Right. Cordyceps, when I first started taking cordyceps, it blew my mind. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so much has improved my ability to heal. Part of my ignorance was I didn't understand the impact of inflammation
Oh, yeah.
on the surgery or just on arthritis in general. It's like it like blew the cap off my head. It was like no doctor ever told me that. I've been suffering for like 30 years, 30 plus years.
Yeah.
Had I known this years ago, anyway, that's another story.
Yeah, but I agree with you. Like inflammation is like something we're aware of, but like it doesn't get talked about the way it should get talked about.
Right, or even know how to treat it. It's like
I am right there with you on that.
right. So actually I'm miraculously doing better with that as a a platform to heal. It's been
Good,
unbelievable.
good.
So what I wanted to ask, we're talking about the immune system and anger you mentioned in the
Mhm,
beginning. Malkia, her persona has a lot of anger in life in general.
mhm.
She has a compromised immune system. So
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
putting two and two together. So my
Yeah.
first question is, for that type of person, how much should she take of the reishi tincture? Or are there other things
I
she
mean,
can
you could go
also?
crazy with it, but I would say like at least maybe a couple of droppers twice a day. You
Okay.
know, you could do more, you could do less. But like if you're kind of trying to make a shift in the nervous system, um, I would do a couple dropperfuls twice a day. I
Okay.
mean, you could drink that whole bottle in a day, but like that starts to become an expensive habit, right? But uh if you kind of take it consistently over a period of time, and then I don't know if she'll like if you like to make an oil suggestion or something, but I would say like fir balsam is not expensive and it works really well. It kind of smells nice. Like if she was to wear that a lot, um,
Oh, okay.
it would make a difference.
Wow.
Like the blend, the hyper-vigilant immune response. It's let me look it up and I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's it's fir balsam and then fir balsam absolute, cistus, Moroccan thyme, which I think I forgot to put on that list. I did. And Ravent-Sara. So, the one,
Yes, I know the difference.
Ravensara
Yeah,
and Ravensara, like the
yeah, I know
difference
the two.
is, yeah, the Ravensara has more cineol in it, which is, some of the chemical makeup. And
Right.
it's usually a bit more effective. I mean, it has an impact on they both have an impact on the nervous system, but the Ravensara is usually a little bit more like respiratory and respiratory immune oriented.
Right,
And
right.
so, yeah, but that's what it is.
So what should what she expect to see if once she starts doing that? Less anger, stronger immune system?
Yeah,
What?
both. Like it over a period of time, like first off, she'll probably get sleepy the first couple times she really addresses it.
Did you
Because
say
it does,
sleeping?
yeah, because it
Uh-huh.
unwind a lot of stress in the immune system.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And then the body will relax some. But over a period of time, the immune system strengthens and anger should diminish.
Because she does have trouble sleeping.
Yeah. Part of like so, like if we look at Tylenol PM, for example, over counter sleep aid, it's got Tylenol in it, which
Right.
some pain in the body. The PM part is Benadryl. It's basically an antihistamine, and you wouldn't think of it, but a lot of times insomnia is a form of allergies. It's our byproduct of allergies. It's a byproduct of a hypervigilant immune response. And
Wow.
so the use of Benadryl calms it down for a night, but it doesn't calm it down. It's a symptom that it eradicates for a period of time. So, you know, the more that you unwind the immune system and the hypervigilance in the immune system, the greater potential you're going to have for sleeping at night. It doesn't mean all insomnia or sleep issues are immune
Right,
related.
because that was my next question.
Yeah, but a lot of them are. A lot of them
Uh-huh.
are, or at least it's partially there.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And so a person like me who doesn't have immune issues, anger issues, how much should I take as a healthy person of the reishi?
You do it like a dropper twice a day, and you don't even have to do it daily. Like if you're just trying to regulate it, the thing is like even if you're going back to the inflammation, is that, you know, even our body's ability to deal with inflammation, which is still an immune response, like it might manifest in different areas in the body. And
Right.
so the anger is usually a little bit more allergy related, you know.
Uh-huh.
So but it still would address it, like the reishi, and but I would wear like some fur balsam or something like that. And
Okay.
but reducing the hypervigilance in the immune system, you know, would also reduce an overreactive inflammatory response. And so, you know, this idea of like I have blends where it says like inflammatory storms, you know, going back to what you were saying about inflammation.
Right.
Not all inflammation is the same, right? And so,
Oh,
like inflammation from a virus versus a bacteria
yeah.
versus a
Yeah, I read that.
fungus
Yeah.
versus an injury, you know, there's some things that work for all of them, but there's some certain things work better for different kinds of inflammation. So, like I'm with you on, let's talk about inflammation and the different
Right.
kinds of inflammation and know what oils or herbs are going to work for the different kinds of inflammation.
Right, right. Because your
So you
last
can
workbook,
better problem
yeah,
solve. Yeah.
your workbook really broke that down last
Yeah.
time. And it sort of confused me in the sense, oh shit, now I don't know what to do. I,
Yeah,
but,
I hear you.
but it
I,
gave me
I have that effect on people sometimes.
but it gave me an understanding that I didn't have
Yeah,
before about
yeah,
how my body responds and how
yeah,
I need to look at it differently
yeah.
to treat it successfully.
Right, right. Like
So
black cumin is always a good, like kind of across the board.
I take
But
that like 2 or 3 times. I have this
yeah.
blend with black cumin, bay laurel, cistus,
Oh yeah.
um,
Nice.
and I take it like 2 or 3 times a day with the
Good.
cordyceps. And
Yeah.
it's just been phenomenal. I can't even believe me,
Yeah. Good
since
for
I've
you.
been
Yeah, it
doing
makes
that.
me happy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really been miraculous.
Yeah.
So I have also an addendum question,
Mhm.
but I see the next 2 sections of today's class, 2 and 3, or 3 and 4, will go into the lymph nodes. So should I just hold off on lymph kind
Yeah,
of?
let's do lymph node stuff when our lymphatic and lymph node when we get there. Because
Because
like that's
okay,
a
so
whole conversation unto itself.
yeah, it is. It
Yeah.
is. Okay, so thank you for this.
And just a note, like, is okay if I like so Samantha has like a lot of lymphatic stagnation, like in the neck and in the like in the chest and the
Yeah,
arms,
mine's are
the
in the
armpits.
legs.
And
Yeah,
so, you know, we were trying all different kinds of things. And, you know, I always did like lymphatic blend and the vagal blend. And I even
right.
made like special up. And then we did the, like in here, it's the lymphatic or the lymph node vagal tone and all of the stagnation's going away.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
and it hasn't been like tons of applications. It's been like 3 salt baths. Like, I mean, that's been
Uh-huh.
it. And like, you know, every time we do it, I was like, yeah, I should probably make you an ointment of that. And I still haven't. But you know, just with like 3 baths, the congestion is substantially down, and you know, consistently will treat it. So again, going back to inflammation, um, the more that we unwind the lymphatic system and improve the function, the more that our body can also just deal with the inflammation. And we don't
Yeah,
always have to be targeting each one.
yeah, I'm
The
finding
different,
that.
yeah,
I'm finding that because my lymphatic congestion happens to be in my lower legs,
right,
along with edema and the knee problems.
right,
But I hate baths. I just hate baths.
right.
Part of
No, you
it,
could do it with a body tonic. You could do it with ointment.
that
Yeah,
was my
yeah,
next
you don't,
question.
yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. You don't have to do it with a bath.
Because
I just
now with the
love
knee
that.
problems,
Yeah, she takes a bath every day. So I was like, hey, throw this in there. And so there are a lot of different ways you could do it.
So now with the knee problem, I'm afraid if I get in the bath, I won't be able to get out because I tried
I
that
hear
one
you.
time. It's like
I
after the
hear you.
first surgery, it's like, oh shit, I'm stuck. 'Cause
Yeah, right.
but yeah, I would do a body tonic.
Sure.
And just take the tincture and just
Mhm.
throw it into one of your body tonic.
Mhm.
Okay. So yeah, I'll hold my lymphatic questions until we
Okay.
that part. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And then go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Great. Uh, so my youngest daughter has this issue with her immune system that she gets every cold, and her daughter is 2 years old and daycare, and so daughter brings home. My daughter gets all these things. We put her on Monarda, but would
Mhm.
reishi be a better choice for her? Or should she do both? Oh, she's also on Bayloral.
I would probably keep her on those, but
Okay.
I would add something that like either the hyper-vigilant immune response or some fur balsam, some cystis, and like have her just apply it to her body daily and maybe do a little inflation. And over a period of time, I think that will help.
She's been taking the Minarda and the Bayloral and
Yeah, I would
hasn't had,
keep that up. Yeah, I would
she
keep that.
hasn't had a problem since. So that's
Oh,
pretty
that's
amazing.
tremendous.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Like
yeah,
she is the number one advocate for Minarda, and she says it's worth every penny.
right.
You know, I know she'll continue on it, but I'll find something to do as a body tonic for her to
Mhm.
complement and see if it brings
If
a
you're going to do
longer
that,
term.
like I can make the hypervigilant immune response into a body tonic.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll send it in on my next order.
yeah. That would be even like as I was writing this week, I was like, why hasn't that become a body tonic for me? Like, you know, because like I've been playing with the blend for a while and I'm just like it's mind-blowing how well it works.
Described, you know, Sam is taking baths in it, and I'm like, okay, well, that's sort of like a body tonic. It's
It
body
is.
tonic's
It
far
is.
Yeah.
more convenient
Yeah.
for most of us than a bath.
Yeah.
So, okay, well, thank you very much.
My nightly lifestyle isn't for everyone.
Right.
Someone's asking, what is the difference between fir balsam and fir balsam absolute?
So fir balsam is a steam distillation and the absolute is a much heavier note. I find that the fir balsam absolute is a bit more of a potent version of the fir balsam. And so both would work for this, but the fir balsam absolute is pretty intense for treating the hypervigilant immune response. The thing with the fir balsam absolute, it's a little hard to work with. Like when I get it, it's actually a solid piece of resin. You know, it's been distilled and everything, but when it sits at room temperature, it turns hard. So I have to heat it up and then add a little bit of perfumer's alcohol or jojoba to it to make it stay liquid. And even then, it's real sticky. So I don't talk about it a lot because it is like it's a sticky oil, but I mean, man, it smells delicious, but much more potent.
Will reishi be okay for systemic candida patients? No fungal inflaming? I think those were the shares and questions for the
Okay.
moment for that.
So how about we'll take a break, we'll come back and we'll still probably play with this hypervigilant segment 1 just a little bit more before we move on to 2. And so we'll come back at 20 after the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're still going to stay with this segment one for a little bit. And I would like to do an experiment now that we've had our experience. We had an experiment. Now let's experiment again. So I had you look at things that might be active in the environment. It could be a difficult person that you might have an issue with. Past event. I feel that I need to like explain this a little bit more. You know, because we go through and we do this practice, and you know, we feel something, we feel better, but you know, why? Why do we feel better? And I think fight or flight is very explanatory. Like, you know, like you kind of have had enough experiences where you know what it feels like to get triggered, you know what it feels like to get upset or feel like you need to get away. The freeze thing, you know, might not happen often, but you know, you get a little overwhelmed. But the idea of fawning, like basically, if you think about it like this, say you're having a conversation with somebody and they have a very strong opinion, you're about ready to say your opinion, and you know, like, if I say a different opinion, it's going to be this whole mess. So then you kind of say something that's in alignment with what they think, but not with what you think. Or you jump on board with the behavior that they're doing, but it's not really how you feel. But it's like, it'll just be easier this way. And then I can walk away. Right. And, you know, sometimes we do need to do that, but fawning starts to become a habit. And if you look at it from the point of view of the body, what's happening is you've hit a threshold, right? And a threshold just simply means that the body can only handle so much before then either the behavior changes externally or mechanisms in your physiology has to like shift or change. And so another way of like saying that is the body had to get through something that it got traumatized somehow, right? So there can be so much stress or so much strain on the body that the body is having to make some sort of shift. That's not something that's like, hey, this will improve my life. It will just has to make some sort of it has to adapt to something, right? And so in these situations with the different people, a lot of times what happens is this fawning component where we make a shift about how we see the world, or we make a shift about how we express ourselves or don't express ourselves. We make a shift on how we interact with people, or you know, maybe some sort of opinion, or we behave very differently around somebody than we do normally, you know. And so when we excuse me, when we look at these different situations, how much of a threshold do we hit before our behavior changes? And you know, a lot of times we look at these situations as like, oh, this was upsetting or this was traumatizing. But not only was it traumatizing, it made your body shift in a way that is not good for you. Even a difficult person, you're like, oh, got to deal with this difficult person. So I'm going to behave differently so I don't have to get into a fight with them. And it's not really coming from a place of neutrality. It's coming from this place of like, if I don't, something bad's going to happen. And, I have several people in my family like that where we all adjusted because of these difficult people until, I don't know, at some point you just get belly full, and excuse me. We want to look at how much different situations or even difficult people have impacted our immunity, which is also our response to things in the environment. Because the immunity is not just fighting off a virus, a bacteria, fungus, or whatever, but it's also tied to how we interact with the environment. Like our first reaction in the body is an immune response, right? So let's just experiment with this and let's just see how this feels. So we're going to think of a difficult person. Think of a difficult person who might be a little bit triggering to you. Okay, so you're still thinking and observing that person, and with whatever oil you're using that you used in that first practice we did, observe that person while you inhale the oil. Thinking of the person. You're still thinking of that person. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Pause and be still. Just pause and be still. The same person again. You're observing that person. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause. Now, think of an active situation. So something that's going on in your life, but it's like it's not in the distant past, like it's still interaction. Now, the active situation could also be the news, like looking and seeing things in the news that are upsetting to you. We're looking at things that are agitating to the body, right? So even if you feel like your mind and emotions are okay, it could be like my experience, like going to the office when I first took over Astara. Ugh, my mind and body, fine. Or my mind and emotions, fine. My body was having a come apart. Okay. So think of something that's active, observe it, and then take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm, mm, mm. And taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause. Pause and be still. How's that feeling? Feels good. Did you do? Okay. You can do the same situation or a different situation, but focus on a situation that's active or relatively active and inhale. And just pause. Just let it incubate for a moment. A past situation. Think of a past situation. Something that was a little traumatic, a little upsetting, disappointing, displacing, whatever it might be. Pause. Let's go ahead and pause. Observe your body. Feel the tension in your body. Feel how it's shifting and changing. You're observing your body. Begin inhaling the oil with your awareness on that area of your body. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the body. Just pause and let go. Now, whichever one of those felt bigger to you, the person, the active situation, or the past event, choose one, observe it, and begin inhaling. And pause. And body awareness, be aware of your body. Where do you feel it in your body? Inhale the oil with your awareness on your body. And then pause. Just let it incubate. Let's go ahead and share experiences. You can unmute yourself, type in, ask questions.
It's not that time.
It's getting close.
Someone earlier was asking, what are we displacing? And it was when you were talking about lower vibrational energies. I just didn't.
What was I talking about?
When we're doing the inhalations, you were like, we're displacing lower vibrational energies.
Oh, just the stress energy, the stress response. Yeah. Yeah.
It could that time.
Yeah. A little bit different than the first time around. Yeah. So, like, if you think about it, a lot of times, if we're talking about the immune system's like in a hyper vigilant state, it usually is because something has happened to the body. There was an infection, there was repeated stress, there was lack of sleep, but a lot of it comes from the environment, people, events, ongoing situations, chaotic environments. I mean, it's not exclusively that, but like when we think dystonia or like a stress state in the fight flight mechanisms, a good part of it is external. It doesn't mean that it can't happen internal. But even if you look at, okay, I got a virus, I got a bacteria, something external then affected you internally. You know, even a fungal overgrowth, even though we might have a certain level or degree of fungi like within us, that overgrowth is not of your like physiology. It's still, even though it's in your body, it's still outside of your body affecting your body. Yeah. So it's about a response to stimuli in the environment. So anyway. Okay. Well, we can do a little more. We get break for lunch. Let's go ahead, break for lunch, and then we'll break for lunch and we'll come back and we'll do work with allergies, the allergic inflammatory response. So we'll come back at 1:45. See you in an hour and a half. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So we're still on the first page, and now we're dealing with like the allergic response, but we're specifically dealing with the inflammation that comes with it. You know, you could look at allergies as another type of hypersensitivity or hypervigilance in the immune system, but now it becomes a specific sensitivity. And so, you know, we think of allergies as like traditional things, like I got watery eyes, my eyes are itchy, I have hay fever, I'm sneezing, you know, I have a bunch of mucus when there's certain pollens out, or, you know, certain times of the year. And yes, it's that, but there's also allergies in the body that you're not aware of, or an allergic response, because it is a hypervigilant response. It's a heightened and amplified reaction to something. It's not across the board. It's just in certain areas. And like I would even present the idea of, you know, you saw this a lot with like COVID and some other things where you have a viral or bacterial infection, you know, then the virus and bacteria might go away, but then you're still dealing with the effects of what the virus did to the body, right? And then over a period of time, you know, you're feeling better, but your nose is still running quite substantially, or, you know, you're having certain kinds of symptoms. And it's tied to like an inflammatory response or a overreaction in the immune system. And so we think of allergies as being those things that we think of, like, oh, there's pollen in there, oh, there's this, there's that. But the allergic response, again, is still like a different aspect of that hypervigilance and that hyperreactivity of the immune system to particular stimuli. I mean, I've treated people where they had an allergy to the cold or to the heat. And when the body would be in situations where it was like maybe not even extremely cold, but just cold, the body would start having an allergic response. And there's no pollen with a temperature, but the body has this hyperreactivity to the temperature. It can even be things in the mind. Like if you really think that something is not good for you, or you're incredibly you have an incredibly strong feeling or thought about that you don't like something, or maybe you've even had a traumatic event from the past associated with something, I don't know what it might be. Like say it's the cold, a traumatic experience in the cold. That will also cause like an allergic response. I would say I've seen people who through the intellect trying to resolve a particular health issue to the point where they developed a kind of reaction in the body that it's not allergies in the sense of that there's a pollen or their body's sensitive to the substance or whatever they're exposed to, but the mind and the fixation have caused a certain kind of response in the immune system. And so not really a true allergy, but people will perceive it that way. So with that, we want to calm down this response. We want to calm down this hypervigilance or hyperreactivity that's really about sensitivities. So you could say, in a way, this is a further extension of the hypervigilance that we just did in the first segment. This is starting to be like kind of extreme sensitivities, right? So these sensitivities can cause a very over-the-top reaction, right? In the nervous system and the limbic system can cause like an emotional response. And so we want to go through and calm these down. We want to anytime that the body's in a heightened allergic state, there's greater potential for viruses, there's greater potential for all kinds of chronic health issues, especially if they're inflammatory in nature. So we want to calm these things down. So with this, you have choices. The kit for purchase, allergen inflammatory storm. But then you also have Palo Santo, Neoli, myrrh, helichrysum, Greenland moss, goldenrod, dark blue tansy. Regular blue tansy will work too. And then C. odorum, which C. odorum is a type of cumin. It's not black cumin, but it's a type of cumin. So this is actually a long protocol, because really when you look at the idea of allergies, you could also kind of refer to this as a type of blood disorder. It's a thing that's in the blood. So we're going to cover a lot of ground with this. Okay, so choose whatever oil you're using. And first, just inhale. What's that? Yeah. You're just taking some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Yeah. And then just pause and be still. You know, Samantha was asking about the blood disorder thing. Think of it like this. If there's a lot of inflammatory material or garbage in the blood, it makes the immune system more reactive. Like if your body is in a bad environment, you have a greater tendency to have some sort of reaction. It's the same idea with the blood. If the quality of the blood isn't that great, if there's a lot of, free radicals, inflammatory material, toxic material, the body is going to have a much greater potential to having a reaction. So, okay, so we're going to go through this. It's long, it's 15 steps, but we'll do a little bit and then we'll stop, and we'll do a little bit and we'll stop. So it won't be a big journey to go through all 15 at once. Okay. So begin with your awareness on the bottom of your tailbone, the basic chakra. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the Mingmen, the low back area, the back side of the navel. Mhm. Mhm. And then your arms, your whole arms from the shoulder down to the fingertips. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the legs, from your hips down to the bottom of your feet. And then the navel. Your awareness is on the navel. Your front solar plexus, that area below your ribs and your upper abdomen. The back solar plexus. Awareness is on the back solar plexus, the mid back area. And then just pause and be still. Being still. Okay, your awareness is on the lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. The liver, right hand side of your body, the liver. and then the gallbladder. So if you go to your midline, down the center of your body, and you go 2 inches to your right, right, 2 inches to your right, below the ribs, that area will impact the gallbladder. So your midline, 2 inches to your right, below the ribs. The kidneys, your awareness is on your kidneys. And then the spleen. So the left hand side of your body below the ribs. the back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths between your eyebrows. And then your awareness is on the back of your head. Awareness is on the back of your head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and be still. And so think of allergies as a whole body, or a better way of saying is a systemic, exaggerated immune response. So in the first segment, it was hyper-vigilant and hyper-reactive. So now that there's been a reaction, instead of saying, I need to use this much immune points to get rid of this virus or bacteria or allergen or whatever it is, this allergic thing goes, you don't need this much, you need this much, when really it maybe only took that much. Right. So it's a very strong, exaggerated response. One of the ways that your immune system tries to handle things is by sending blood to an area. You know, and so this eventually would turn into inflammation. I once had a conversation with a guru, and we were talking about having people project negativity, like, when negativity has been projected at a person for a period of time, or they're in a etherically very dirty environment. And I pose the theory that in these situations, the person has a heightened potential for allergic responses. And at first he disagreed with me. And then he sat there with it for a few minutes, and then he went, maybe. And then he sat and he clairvoyantly observed it. And like he went, you're right. Like he had this like aha thing. And I mean, it's not, I wasn't posing it because I was like all smart and wise. I had had those experiences. So I was like trying to make sense out of something. And he was like, you're right. You're totally right. Like it causes an allergic response. I guess what I'm saying is going back to that idea, if the immune system has to do with reactions of things in the environment, it doesn't have to be just pollen and molds and grasses and trees and foods and all of that. It can be other things. You know, it can be other things that cause an exaggerated response. And interesting. Okay, so let's do another round of it though. So again, with whatever oil you're using, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Then your awareness is on the low back area, the backside of the navel, known as the Mingmen. Your awareness is on that low back, the backside of the navel. Move your awareness to your arms, your whole arms. The legs, your awareness is on the legs. Just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Hey, your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow. Deep breaths. And just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your front solar plexus, your upper rib, or excuse me, your upper abdomen below your ribs. Your back solar, the mid back area below your shoulder blades. And just pause and be still. Awareness is on your lungs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Then the liver, the right hand side of the body below the ribs. Gallbladder, so go to your midline, 2 inches to the right, below the ribs. The kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys. in the spleen, left hand side below your ribs. Latrina. Mm-hmm. And then just pause and be still. Just pausing and being still. And inhaling, your awareness is on the back heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back heart. And the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then the back head. Your awareness is on the back head. And then just be still. Now, an exaggerated immune response can generate all kinds of things. Can cause things like hives or eczema, various kinds of rashes. Can cause digestive upset, bloating, diarrhea. Can cause brain fog. Can cause achy joints. We have all the known things that it does for our allergic responses. But I mean, it can actually even produce like mood disturbances, mood changes, mood shifts. An exaggerated immune response also can be a source of fatigue, a big source of fatigue. So anyway, let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions.
That's it, yeah.
Hey.
So the random person who has allergies, we can assume they have a compromised or a lower immune system or response or something?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say almost everybody has some form of allergies, even though they might not identify it. But it's, if you think about, in the first segment, we talked about hyperreactive or hypervigilant, which can cause a depletion in the immune system. Allergies being an exaggerated response, it can wear down the immune system like in a different way, but in that same vein. where if you're always in an allergic state, for one, your body's feeling chaotic. There's a bunch of mucus, there's a bunch of whatever. You're going to be more prone to bacterial infections. You're going to be more prone to viral infections. The skin is compromised. When I did that study, I don't know, God, it's been almost 25 years ago now. We were looking at a bunch of different kinds of people with chronic allergies. And one of the things that I found really interesting about the digestive allergies is that, for one, it responded to work on the diaphragm, right? Two, that it responded really well to reducing the sympathetic nervous system. How we're talking about it's like a stress state, or it's a type of dystonia that makes for an exaggerated response.
Right.
And so there's that. And then the third part that was kind of mind-blowing for food allergies, the skin. The skin resolved a lot more food allergies than you would think.
So like psoriasis and eczema?
Nope, just the
No.
function of the skin. Just the
Oh,
function of the skin. Yeah. I mean, they didn't always have eczema or psoriasis. It was just skin function.
so how do we begin to recognize or know what to do if there is, or what degree is there a connection to
To like various health issues, or
yeah.
I would assume that it's there, because almost every person has some bit of compromised, allergic response. It might
Right,
not be the classic version of it.
right.
Like, a lot of times I'll ask people, do you have allergies? And they'll say no. I can see a bunch in the body. I just want to see where their brain's at, so that
Right,
like I can adjust how I explain something.
right, right.
Because really what we're talking about is an exaggerated immune response. People see allergies as like, I don't get a runny nose during,
Yeah,
I don't get watery eyes, I don't get that.
yeah,
But it could be skin function, it could be digestive issues, it could be the brain fog, there could be, joint pain that they see as possibly even arthritis, but it might not, might eventually turn to that.
right,
But there are going to be all kinds of manifestations of it. But really, if you set aside all the symptoms and you just go, exaggerated immune response,
right.
everybody's got some version of that in their body. Yeah. I would even tie in allergies to certain kinds of pain, like pain responses. Yeah, pain responses. Pain responses are going to cause an over exaggeration of an immune response, because part of how the body responds to pain and everything is, especially if it's an injury. Doesn't mean if you get an injury, but like, even if you set aside like that theory and you just look at the idea of sciatica, that sciatic nerve is one of the only nerves in the body. In fact, I think it is the only nerve that has immune cells on the nerve. And
Wow.
so when you get or develop sciatica, or if the sciatic nerve is a little bit compromised, you are starting to have an allergic response in the body. Allergies become heightened. Your body becomes more exaggerated in the immune response. And they've done studies where they tried to reduce the pain with allergy medicines.
Right.
And didn't work. But they reduced some of the secondary symptoms that came with the sciatica. They were able to reduce that, because basically you get sciatica, you're also starting to develop at some point, some form of that exaggerated immune response. So you're developing some form of allergies.
So are allergies, every allergy is automatically attached to some degree of immune response?
Allergies are always an exaggerated immune response.
Okay,
Every time.
okay,
Yeah. Doesn't matter what it's to or what it's for.
right.
Sometimes, like, you go back to the being allergic to the cold. There's no trigger other than a body sensation, and then the body goes into an exaggerated immune response.
I had a client maybe 10, 5, 7, 10 years ago, and she had this thing with the cold.
Yeah.
The winter.
It's not super common, but I mean, I'd say over 30 years, I probably treated it 20 times.
And it's
You
like,
know, it's
I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to tell her.
yeah. But if you
Wow.
think about it, it's just it's a part of the immune system is just super stressed out. That's all it is. It's just super stressed out part of the immune system.
Just because we're human beings and we're living on the planet Earth?
How could you not have some form of allergies?
Right,
Like
right.
even monks, I've got
Yeah,
some.
because you said it's environmental.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it could be that, you have the perfect immune system, but there's a handful of people at work that don't like you, and every time you walk by, they're nice, and then they're like shooting darts at you. There you go.
Oh,
That's all it takes.
so
Because your immune system still wants to protect you, even
yes,
though those words weren't said in front of you energetically.
yes.
There's a projection that still
Wow,
goes at you, and
wow.
so your immune system is like, ugh. No, you don't get it. They're really talking smack about
Right.
and so yeah, it becomes exaggerated.
And so the allergen inflammatory storm would be what we might want to take a little bit
Yeah.
of regularly or something
Yeah,
like that.
you just do an inhalation. You don't even have to take an internal.
Oh,
There's things that you could take internally. I always go back to like quercetin and things like that. But the allergen inflammatory storm is like a re-educating process for the immune system. You're
right,
basically unwinding the stressed response that makes it exaggerated rather than chasing a symptom. I would still use some things for symptoms. I'm not saying ditch the symptom approach.
right,
I'm
right,
just saying, if you notice, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And even when it works, how long lived is it? Does it
right,
work for a long period of time, or does it work and then it comes back and then it works? And so if we look at it from, okay, vagal tone and dystonia, which here is an inflammatory storm, that's still under dystonia, right? Between working both of those, how
right,
much can we work both of those and not just make the symptom go away, make the tendency in the body to have
right,
symptom, make that go away.
right.
Yeah. And then symptom management after that becomes easier.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure.
And then go ahead, Barbara.
Hey, Barbara.
Hey there. This was interesting. I got pretty cold doing especially at the kidneys. Like
Yeah.
body was really cold and my eyes watering and my nasal passages had opened up a bit. And am I flushing something out?
It could be like I gotta say, out of all the different like inflammatory storms and dystonia blends and vagal tone blends, I personally have the roughest time with this one, with the allergen inflammatory.
I didn't get the
storm.
kit, so I was just using Dark Blue Tansy and then I did helichrysum. But
Yeah, but still you work the pattern and
yeah.
so
And I'm wondering about a connection between this hyper response and all the skin issues that I have. Is that
It's very possible. Yeah, like whenever you have like things like eczema, the rosacea, I'm not sure about. I mean, you are getting like a lot of blood flow in there, and that is part of allergies, but I haven't treated that one enough to be able to say I could connect those two. It makes sense, but
just feel like my skin's congested and it's just
yeah,
functioning the way it should?
but anytime, because if you think of the skin, it's like it's the barrier to the outside. And so like always improving skin function, if you look at what allergies can do, like one of them is it can affect moods. I've treated many people with what they would call mood disorders, and I would try a bunch of different things. Nothing worked. We treated the skin, and mood disorders either went away or substantially reduced. And again, that just tells me that it was more of the immune system than it was an actual issue that they had. Like a psychological issue.
That's pretty good. But
Yeah,
I feel like I think I need to go back and look at the skin class.
I'm kind of building up. We're going to do like a super version of the skin class, like just go deep on the skin.
Yay.
And so that's coming sometime soon.
Okay.
But spikenard is always good. Like it's very balancing. Parsley is very good, very cleansing.
Inhalation with
Helichrysum,
these or
I would do topical. Salt bath, body tonic, some version of that. Helichrysum is very good. Hyssop can even be a little bit of a skin regenerator, like when the skin isn't functioning super well. Carrot seed is really good for jump starting the skin.
that's inhalation?
No, it'd still be topical.
It's
Yeah.
topical.
Yeah,
Okay.
it'd still be topical.
Okay. And why so cold, particularly with awareness of the kidney?
What's that?
Why the coldest I felt was when my awareness was in the kidney.
Oh, I'm not sure. Like, kidneys are involved in the immune response. I've done many cycles with this blend, and I have different responses every time. Like sometimes it's kind of soothing. Sometimes felt like I was riding a bucking bronco. Like I just like, ugh, this was rough. And
Clearly something I need to do regularly.
yeah, and I don't want to make this class too esoteric or too mystical, but sometimes it's
Go
hard
for
not
it.
to. Yeah, sometimes it's hard not to. But how we talk about the four aspects of the blood, those four aspects are about physicalizing light into the body, and there are four processes, and I would say that sometimes it might be our genetics, but I would say sometimes it's more of things that we come in with. I can say this for myself. The greatest antihistamine that I've ever had has been decreeing karma about my allergies. Works better than anything I can buy over the counter. Works better than anything. And so for whatever reason, I came in with a higher potential. And if you think about what that is, an exaggerated response to things in the environment, for whatever reason, that is like a karma that I need to work through for whatever. And so I came in with a predisposition for an exaggerated response. you know, how that was going to manifest or play out in different scenarios in my life. But, you know, I think that's why I have such a rough time when I go through and do it. It's because I mean, I have a rough time when I work the allergy stuff. I don't think that I have like the normal classic allergies, but if you look at things that go in my body and stuff like that, there's exaggerated immune responses. Yeah. Kind of interesting, huh?
Thank you.
So I guess what I'm saying is it's not always cut and dry. You know, it is tied to that manifestation of light into the form. You know, if you think about if the light's coming in to the form, even the form sees it as an outside, you know, and something outside trying to come in. So it sees it as an invader until the body's been refined.
Hmm.
So the first thing that the body does is exaggerate the response and try to push back on the light.
Ah. And which aspect of the blood is this? Or
The first
First.
aspect. Yeah. Yeah.
so is working that
It's helpful.
helpful?
Yeah. Yeah. It's helpful. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
This is very interesting, very interesting. I had a really interesting, because this generally doesn't happen for me. Actually, it's a first. It was the second time through the centers, and it was in the spleen. And I felt a lift in frequency. I almost felt like the angels came in, and I saw the color yellow.
Oh, nice.
So, and I don't really usually see a color as a rule. So that was very exciting to see, but that definite lift in frequency, which I've never really can't say that's very common for me either.
So, like, you know, how we have done the classes with like the sacred green and the sacred blue and the sacred violet. And
yes,
so I remember there's a sacred yellow in there, right?
sacred yellow.
Yeah. It's one of the sacred colors for the color healing thing. I think it was in the plant teachers class.
I didn't do plant teachers. I've done that.
Well, anyway, there's a sacred yellow blend.
So it
And,
would be one to look into.
well, I'll tell you what I'm going to say, and then if you want to, you can look into it. How's
Sounds
that?
good. Perfect.
So the thing with those sacred colors is they're like a kind of consciousness that comes in because it's energy with consciousness. So it's a kind of consciousness that can come into the body. And the yellow has to do with the ability to shift consciousness or the ability to shift into different areas of your own consciousness. So you see, like sometimes if you go in a temple and you can clairvoyantly see, especially like when it's a Dharma protector or something, there's a bunch of light around the statue or the tonkas or whatever is there, but it's a yellowy light. And if you think about like the traditional Glugpa Buddhist monks, they wear the red robe with like the yellow or gold mixed in with it, and that's actually tied. Those two colors are representing two kinds of energy. Yeah, and it's tied to the ability to like shift consciousness. You know,
Wonderful.
like if
Thank
you think of like our suffering, it's a kind of bondage, right? Like our being stuck in the intellectual mind, it's bondage. It's what bondage is. It's the ability to shift out of bondage.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bondage. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I'll have to
If
be
you
with
think
them.
about repetition, what's repetition after a while? At first, it's like, oh, it's comforting. But after a while, you get used to those walls, and you can't walk away from those walls.
Yeah. Then
And
we
so
have to come to you to unwind them.
right.
Unwind lots back, you know.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure.
And go ahead, Laura.
Hey, Laura.
Hey, Greg. I've always had issues with allergies from being very young, and even stuff with it doesn't take that much sun for me to break out in hives. I mean,
Yeah, I have the same thing. Like I don't like to be in this. Like when I was young, I could do it, but like as I've gotten older, I do not like to be in the sun very much. And so again, it's an exaggerated immune response. And I think it's good to not be in the sun for, when you have that sensitivity, because it can cause that over exaggerated response. But keep doing this practice, and like you could work the blend, but also work some of the single oils. And I'd still keep taking quercetin. I would do segment 1 and 2, to be honest. Like I'd do them both together. And then where the next one we're going to do is lymph nodes. And the lymph nodes have a component to it about the activation of the immune system. And so if you did the first 3 segments, it would really help to regulate the immune response.
and how often are several times initially and then once a month or once a week?
Well, it depends on how hard you want to go at it. Like I have these 3 on the coffee table, and I do them maybe not every night, but like when I'm sitting down and, I'm calling it a day and I'm sitting there and, just kind of relaxing for a little bit, I relax while I inhale the bottle. So I don't make it like a big thing. I just like when I'm starting to relax at the end of the day, I'll just inhale it. Might be 5 minutes. Sometimes it's an hour, but I'm going to get 5 minutes in. And then if I go longer, I go longer. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
The other thing in this, what seems to be a problem, I have cats and I'm allergic to cats, but I
Mhm.
don't respond that much. But I do have somebody in my life that is very allergic. Would you just take them through some of these steps, or is
Yeah.
there?
I mean, you can always start with just giving them quercetin. Like I take quercetin twice a day. And
How
Zakia was
much,
talking about
how much
I
do
I
you take?
take I take 3 tablets twice a day.
Any idea what's in the tablets, what the amount?
Oh, I think it's like 500 or 600 milligrams. So I'm taking
Okay,
about 3,000 milligrams a day. Yeah. And then, Zakia was talking about the cordyceps. Um, cordyceps can be quite helpful with allergies.
very good.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
I wrote, when
when I
she
was
was
real
talking, I
young.
wrote a lot of stuff down about that, so I probably need to order both of those, the Risha and the cordyceps.
Yeah, they're good ones. When I was real young, like in my, I don't know, teens, late teens, maybe even like right at 20, um, I had allergies so bad that I had to use an inhaler. And I was just, that inhaler made me miserable, like gave me really bad headaches and everything. And, I talked to the doctor, and back then there wasn't a lot of different ways to treat it. And I really didn't know the stuff that, I know now. And, I'd started doing research and everything. And I'd even been exposed to like poison oak, and I had such an allergic response that I actually had a seizure. And the medication that they gave me is what gave me the seizure. And I'd never been allergic to that medication before, but I'd taken it before and not a big deal. And so I did this whole little thing with a bunch of quercetin, a bunch of cordyceps, some like 500 milligrams of magnesium and garlic. And in 30 days, I was off the inhaler. And 60 days later, being a dumb boy, I took that medication that gave me the seizure again. Didn't faze me. Didn't faze me at all. I wouldn't suggest that to somebody, but I was like, I'm feeling so much better. I'm going to see if I'm still allergic. No. And I still had to treat it for a while, probably 4 to 6 months, but never used an inhaler since.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, I'm getting ready to start pounding this stuff down. Thanks.
You're so welcome. And a good place, I don't know if you have one by you, but a good place to get quercetin, that's good quercetin, that's kind of inexpensive, is Whole Foods. Get the Whole Foods brand.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Zakia.
Hey.
What were you saying to Laura that is on your coffee table that you inhale?
The allergen inflammatory response,
Oh,
the
okay.
hyper-vigilant immune response, and
Okay.
the lymph node vagal tone.
Okay. I'm writing this down.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
mean, it's been magic for me. Magic. And I go back to what I was saying to you before. Like I have been able to reduce the pain in my body quite substantially, but there's still like when I move around, I can still feel something. I don't know that I'd call it pain, but I was
right,
like, it's an appetizer. Like,
right,
if I pushed it, I knew I could make myself hurt.
right.
And when I work the allergy stuff, that stuff goes away completely. Like it takes the achiness out of the body.
I found that with the spikenard ointment.
Yeah.
When
Yeah.
I put it on my feet before I go to bed, I wake up like I'm 20 years younger.
Oh, nice.
It's unbelievable. But the question I had,
Mhm.
you mentioned skin function. I was going to ask you what that meant. But as you were talking to other people, when I was back in high school, college, I used to have these dark spots on my skin. I mean, so bad that you might say I had looked like a leopard.
Oh,
And
yeah.
my mother
Sure.
took me to every dermatologist, every test, and we couldn't find anything wrong.
Yeah.
Was that immune response?
I mean, it could be. That sounds like liver to me. Like I would have treated
Oh,
the liver, you know.
but what else? Okay.
Yeah.
But wouldn't the liver, I'm not even sure what to ask.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the liver manifest something other than that so that I could
It could manifest all
identify it?
kinds of things. I mean, the
Oh,
liver is so complex
right,
that
right,
all
right,
kinds of
right.
things. But like if you think about like watery eyes and things like that for allergies, that's a lot of times the liver, like the
Yeah,
liver component.
I didn't have asthma, but I had really bad
Yeah.
allergies. I had
Yeah.
conjunctivitis, and I can wake up,
Right.
sit on my bed for and sneeze and cough for like a freaking
Right.
hour.
Right. And then bloodshot eyes, all of what you just described, all of that would be liver. And then,
Oh,
how like people will get spots and things on their
right.
skin. Yeah, that's a lot of times those are like
Oh,
liver
okay.
spots. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
It's weird that you were so young and were getting them, but
Yeah,
it could happen at any time.
because we
Any
couldn't
time.
figure out what was
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah. I bet you it was liver.
Okay. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
What's in the hyper-vigilant immune response blend? And just so you guys all know, this was the first blend from the first segment, not this one. Just don't want to confuse people.
Fir balsam absolute, cistus, Ravensara, Moroccan thyme, and ginger grass.
Someone shared, I fell asleep in the chair after I put the oil down.
Nice. Nice, nice.
I think that's good for now.
That's a good one.
Mhm. I did want to share, I guess I remembered after we did the first, because the 2 cycles were so different. And when you were saying, oh, every time I do it, my body has
Yeah,
a different response.
every time. Like Samantha saying kind of what I said. Like every time I cycle through and do this, like my body has a different response. I mean, I can only guess, but it feels like something's unwinding. It's just like there's a lot to unwind. I mean, you know.
And I think that's why when you were talking about, more of that blood one aspect,
Mhm.
it made sense because that's what it felt like. It felt like this unwinding, like these layers,
Mhm.
layers. And I don't know, it just kind of had more of like there's something deeper going
Mhm.
on here kind of vibe.
Mhm.
Yeah. And it was hitting me everywhere.
Mhm.
My histamines totally went down on the first cycle. And then the second cycle, my eyes were watering. I couldn't stop yawning.
Mhm.
My digestive tract, like fired up in a really good way. It felt like on that first round, it was just a lot of stuff went on with that one particular oil and cycle. And I was like, oh, that's very a lot in there.
Yeah, this is good stuff. I'm really glad we're doing this class. Okay, so how about we'll come back at 5 till the hour. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. And we're going to jump to page 2. And we're going to do lymph nodes. So there's the lymphatic circulation, but these lymph nodes are these little areas that think of them as like little filters or traps for cleaning up things in your blood. And it's also tied to fluid balance in the body. It's tied to immune memory. So, how we were talking about the allergic response. Part of that is still tied to your immune system has a kind of memory, like it remembers things, and then it's like, I'm supposed to be freaked out by this. I'm supposed to react, or eventually I'm supposed to overreact to something, right? And then it also is tied to the activation of your immune system, right? So like getting your immune system to kind of come to the crime scene and start cleaning things up is tied to the lymph nodes. And so sometimes they'll become swollen. Sometimes in bad cases, they'll become very hard and they won't be able to be moved around. Usually you kind of poke on them and move them around and they'll kind of move around and they're kind of soft. But what happens a lot of times with inflammation is that the lymph nodes will really barely be functioning. And you can see this in situations where there's swelling or lymphatic congestion in an area. Whenever we have poor functioning lymph nodes, we basically have a poor functioning immune system, like our body's ability to respond to whatever might be going on, virus, bacteria. We don't have a great response, and even the inflammation becomes harder and harder to deal with. The other issue is that the lymphatic system, here we're talking about the lymph nodes, but the overall lymphatic system also plays a role in cardiovascular function. So, keeping the lymphatic system and the lymph nodes healthy impacts the cardiovascular system as well as the immune system. And if you look at it just from the idea of lymph nodes, if there's a fluid imbalance, if there's excess fluid in the body or in a particular part of the body that compromises circulation, it could actually even elevate blood pressure. So you wouldn't think of treating lymph nodes for a potential blood pressure issue. And sometimes it's helpful, sometimes it's not, but it can play a role in cardiovascular function, right? So, the easiest way to do this would be to do a body tonic or like a salt bath. Like I have Samantha doing like maybe once or twice a week doing a salt bath with this. But the breathing pattern is a way to sit down and go through and move it that way. And so you can also do a combination of salt bath or body tonic and doing sustained inhalation with this pattern. But so let's see how this goes. First, just check in with your body. Notice how your body feels. Okay, so you have arbor vitae or vitae, however you want to say it, bay laurel, German chamomile, helichrysum, impapo, poplar balsam, or thuja. And then the lymph node vagal tone blend. So this is specifically helping the body be in rest and repair mode, right? And the lymphatic system doesn't really function very well when the body is in a stress state, sympathetic nervous system dominant or dysregulated, which is another way of saying dystonia. Like if there's dystonia, hard for this to work as well. So anyway, so let's begin inhaling with whichever oil you chose. And your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Then drop down to your throat minor, the base of your throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. And then the jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear. So right in there. The front heart, the center of your chest. The back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The arms from the shoulder all the way down to the fingertip. And then the legs. From the hips down to the bottoms of your feet. Your awareness is on the legs. Let's just let it go for a moment. How's this feeling for you? Mm. Okay, so front solar plexus. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Yeah. So, and again, just to be clear with Kid for Purchase, there's a lymphatic vagal tone and a lymph node vagal tone. We're using lymph node vagal tone. Yeah. So your awareness is on the back solar plexus. The back solar plexus. Hmm. And then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. The bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. Mingmen, the backside of the navel. The ajna, the area between the eyebrows. And then the spleen, left hand side of the body below the ribs. And then pause and be still. How's that feel? Okay, so same oil. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat. The throat minor, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. The jaws where they hinge on both sides in front of the ear. The front heart, the center of the chest. The back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. And then just be still. Your awareness is on your arms. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your arms. Your armpit, your whole arm, the elbow, down to the wrist, just the whole arm. Shoulder to the fingertips. You're still on the arm. You're still on your arms. Just let it go for a moment. Just let it go for a moment. We're going to do the arms again. So your awareness is on the arms, the armpit, the elbow, all the way down. Your awareness is on the arms. And then just let that go. Now let's do your legs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your legs, from your hips all the way down to the bottom of your feet. And pause and be still. Just pause. Just pause and be still. Let's do the legs one more time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your legs. And then just pause and be still. your front solar plexus, below your ribs on your upper abdomen. And then the back solar plexus, the middle of your back, below your shoulder blade. Just let it go. Just let it go. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone. The bottom of the tailbone. Now, move your awareness to the Mingmen, the backside of the navel. The area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on your spleen, left-hand side of your body below the ribs. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Just let it incubate for a minute or two. Well, think of it like this. Think about like when you're at the sink and you have that little filter that keeps things from going down into the garbage disposal, like silverware and whatever. When that's all gunked up, not very much water is able to filter down the drain, right? So the same idea with the lymph nodes. There's a kink in the hose, fluid can move. And if the lymph nodes are these filters, for one, they help to activate the immune response, but they also have to do with like fluid balance. And then there's also the memory component. So this is still even tied a little bit to the allergies and the hyper-vigilant immune response. Like these first three together, they were good together, And so let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. How did that feel for you? Like you do it all the time, but I don't know that you've done the whole breathing process like that.
Oh, I've never done the breathing process
Yeah.
like that. I've inhaled,
Right. But you've been just doing
Mhm.
baths and Did we ever make you a body tonic or no? I don't think we have.
Mm.
That might
Yes,
have to happen tonight.
to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second time we went through, it felt like it was really like, oh, it felt like I was being worked. Like,
Mm.
first one was like, I got some energy, and then the second was like, oh my gosh, these layers or something. Just yeah,
I know.
I felt good though
Yeah.
overall. I felt good overall.
One oil that I think probably works well for the lymph nodes, but I haven't, I don't know. Like I like to validate it a lot of different ways, but there's that oil shiso that has been shown to be helpful with certain kinds of cancers and things. And I suspect that it would play a role in decongesting the lymph nodes, but I have my suspicions, let's say.
Maybe we
But
should
I
put that
usually I
in
need
our bio.
enough. Yeah. Well, I have it both in a tincture and that, so I can make body tonics. Like when people order it, that's what I do is I put tincture and. But like I just a few people, I'm like, I need like 40 people or something that before I start to go, okay, I think this works. I mean, there was a study done that the shiso is helpful for certain kinds of cancers. So, I based some of the work on that. But as far as direct experience, I need more people to interact with that.
There you go, guys, tell your friends. And then go ahead, Sakia.
Hey,
So when I discovered how to address the inflammation issues around my knees, I also began taking, and you told me about cordyceps, I also began taking some lymphatic capsules.
mm-hmm.
And not that I consciously had any issues with lymphatic, but I just assumed that because I'm a Virgo, so part of the zodiac sign, the lymphatic system is attached to the Virgo zodiac sign as well as digestive issues. So I began taking some lymphatic capsules, and I had always for the last 2 years been taking some hydrosols for with juniper, bay laurel, just to move the lymphatic system. Literally last week, during the middle of the night, I had gotten a pain in one of my calves. And the pain was so sharp, it was almost like I had a knife wound. It felt like open and raw and very painful. And the next day, that spot had moved up an inch or two in my leg and had spread. The third night, it had traveled up past the knee, and my first thought was, oh shit, I got a blood clot traveling to.
I know. That's the first thing that crossed my mind. Yeah.
But I said, I have never heard people who had aneurysms and blood clots traveling, they could feel it. So I said, that must not be it. Then I said, I wonder if this is a lymph node. And so I had began to massage it with oil. And so I said, well, they've got lymph massage, lymph drainage massage. I said, why don't you just massage it? And so the third night, I literally began to massage it. I said, okay, massage up, massage down. I said, girl, just massage the thing. So I started massaging it, and it went away. And the next day, I continued to massage it, and now it's totally gone.
And there's swelling in that leg?
No.
Is there fluid retention or anything in that leg?
Most of my edema is in the right leg, not in the left, but this incident was in my left calf.
And
it was so
sharp.
I had
It was a sharp pain.
Very sharp, almost like a knife had cut into my leg. And so I just since I reasoned that it probably wasn't a blood clot, it must have been a lymph node, I don't know, inflamed, dislodged, or whatever. So what is, in your experience, how does
Well, that it is moving. It could be like a neural pathway, and that it's sharp pain like that. You know, it could be a neural pathway that, you know, pressure on that neural pathway could be through muscular tension, could be fluid retention. A lot of times, like there's pressure that, you know, keeps being put on the nerve. Like if you put like the weight of a nickel on a nerve, it puffs up. And so like
right,
right. And so as it goes down the leg, it keeps puffing up, puffing up,
right,
puffing
right.
up. And when there's a moderate amount of pressure, it excites the nerve. When there's a lot of pressure or excessive amounts of pressure, the nerve goes to sleep, like when you sit on your foot.
Right, right.
And so that you're having sharp pain, like that could have been a moderate amount of pressure. So it excited the nerve endings, and you know, you would have sharp stabbing pain, like tingling, radiating, stabbing, you know, so somewhere that nerve's being compromised.
Did it sound like a lymph movement or decongestion or something in your
Well,
experience? 'Cause
stagnant lymph would compress that. So like any time you have like a nerve that is flared up, there's always some lymph issue. A lot of times what happens is the lymph nodes will not function as well in particular areas. So the area becomes more inflamed, and then it has a greater predisposition to some sort of compromise. So like going through and working all that, getting the blood and the lymph to move, should start to help the lymph node get jump started. Like when their lymph node isn't functioning well, you get it, you know, because there's different kinds of inflammation, like how we were talking about before.
Right.
When a lymph node is not functioning well, it's not just like normal inflammation, it's inflammation in the fascia, like the fascia, like your it's almost like you can see like that area will lose shape a little bit, like it's like hard to describe.
Deformed?
Well, it's not so much deformed, but like how if you look at the other leg, it's like got its tension there, and all of a sudden when it's the fascia is inflamed, it's like it loses some of the form of like the calf and everything, because the fascia is supporting the muscle and everything, and so it loses
Like
some of like
misshapen.
yeah, it's very slight. It's
But
not
I didn't feel anything untoward or see anything untoward.
Mhm.
And that's sort of where my confusion came in. But
Mhm.
the other part is maybe since I've been doing all this lymphatic inflammation work for the past few months, maybe it I don't know, started to move stuff.
It could be, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Well, good. I'm glad it stopped.
Yeah. So I was going to get up and go to my doctor's office the next morning and say, what the heck is going on?
Yeah, I mean, it's good to get checked for blood clots from time to time anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you.
yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
Hi, I just have a quick question. This
Mhm.
last time we went through, this time my spleen seemed to be really like congested. So would you recommend that I do
Describe it to me. Like, what were you feeling?
It felt really thick, especially after, remember I said the time before all that stuff happened. This time it felt really slow and thick, and it, like when I measured, it was way down and like vitality, like it's not thriving completely. And maybe that's why it got my attention, is to do more spleen work or spleen.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the spleen is the biggest lymphatic vessel, so I mean, it would make sense. Let me just keep looking at it here for a second. You know what I would do is I would work your health race.
Okay.
I think part of the issue, um, your your front spleen is a bit depleted. The back spleen not too bad, which is like a little bit odd. Usually, if the front one's bad, the back one's bad. You know,
Okay.
and I would agree there is like a bit of heaviness there. But I think it's, because if you think of the health rays are the ability to absorb energy, but also expel energy off. And it helps to energetically, it helps to generate like a detoxification process. And so anytime the body is congested, you look at the health rays, but if you look at the chakras, it's usually the spleen. I mean, it could be like a solar plexus, but still it's when the spleen's not functioning right, it's easy for the body to get depleted or congested.
Mm,
And you got a little bit of congestion.
congestion.
Yeah, yeah. And so it could happen for all kinds of reasons. Who knows why? I used to try to figure it out, and at some point I was like, whatever. And
Oh,
so I would just start like working the health rays in any way that you can. And then, the blend, the oils, energy work, however you want to do it. And then stay on top of that for a little bit. And my guess is that just even that will probably regulate the spleen. I don't know that you need to do deep work on the spleen. I would say it's probably more a health ray issue than it is a spleen issue.
that's good.
Yeah.
The other thought that came to mind was the one we just recently did in our ORAC programming, the protection,
Mhm.
because it helps you to thrive. Would
Sure.
that be a good
Yeah.
one to work with? One of the oils to work with?
Um,
Protection.
yeah, it wouldn't necessarily help the health ray issue, but I mean, it's always good to kind of firm the energy body up with.
Thereafter, I
Mhm.
do the health race then.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for checking on it
You're
for me.
so welcome. Yeah. We are going to do an advanced protection class sometime, I don't know, the next few months. But just as we look at like things with the immune system and the nervous system, uh, it gives a different perspective of what protection is. And in doing so, we can do some of the like the deeper kinds of protection that is really good for your physiology. And so, yeah. But for right now, do work the health raise a lot.
Thank you. That's great.
And I did post the link to the energetic mechanics because there's a whole thing on
Mhm.
health rays. Is that
Yeah,
good?
that's
Or-
perfect. Yeah, perfect.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi there. That was an interesting one. Don't even know how to describe how I feel, but it felt like I was hitting a wall every time um we went through the section. So is there anything you see that It just felt like it was as solid as a wall, and I don't know what to do with that.
Solid as a wall.
Like, I don't know how to, put that into any container whatsoever. And I had shallow breath too.
Just for that one, or you've had it for the last few days?
Nope, just this one.
Just the one.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't know if it's because I've had meningitis before and your lymph nodes just blow up. Well, at least mine did.
So yeah, I would say that your body does look like it's processing, like I don't know that I'd call it a hardcore detox, but like your body's detoxifying something.
Okay.
But I would say because of the process, you didn't look like this way before, but now as you're going through it, you look a little dehydrated. Like it looks like you could, like if you drank a bunch of water, it would flush out whatever got stuck.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
you don't necessarily look dehydrated, but sometimes when the detox stuff happens, like you need the fluid to push it out. That's
Sure.
that's what it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's probably it's like you don't,
Got
it's
it.
like trying to clean the counter with like a dry sponge. Yeah. Yeah, it'll work, but like,
That's a good analogy. I'm like, I
yeah,
don't even know what to do with this. So,
yeah.
And maybe to assist with the process, would you recommend anything for a salt bath later?
If you have a Shazandra internally can be helpful.
Yeah, I have Shazandra.
Yeah, like just a little bit of that, because if you think about it, like here, water almost is going to act like a solvent for you, like it's going to flush and clean something. So you just want to like hydrate the body. As far as a salt bath,
Okay.
This is a weird one. I don't know if you have this one. Do you happen to have a Tractalodes?
I have it in a tincture.
Maybe even hit that tincture a little bit.
Okay.
But let's find you a salt bath.
Okay.
Some sort of chamomile.
Okay.
Roman, Cape, German.
I have all of them.
Yeah. If you have all of them, I'd probably do Roman.
Okay.
Yeah. The reason why I like Roman for this is, German chamomile will like kind of amplify the detoxification. I don't know that you need that. Like if you did it, it wouldn't hurt, but I don't know that you need it. The thing that I like about Roman chamomile over German chamomile for this is it's a little bit more toning to the vagus nerve.
Okay.
And it's a really strong antispasmodic. And so it will help the body like flush and let go. You know,
Okay.
it's not like a detox by itself,
Yep.
but because it's antispasmodic, it will help facilitate things moving through your body and your body releasing.
Sure. Okay, no, that's
Yeah.
great. Thank you. And the
And it's
Shazandra.
just delicious. Like it's, oh, get me started on chamomiles.
Oh, I love them all. Okay, so the Shazandra is for just hydration of the.
Hydrating your tissue. Yeah,
Okay.
especially like Shazandra is good for hydrating the tissue. Um, and it's like good for like tendons and ligaments and things, but really here it's more for the mucous membranes, like mucosal
Yep.
immunity and detoxification. And yeah,
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you.
yeah, you're so welcome.
And go ahead, Kat.
Hey,
Hey,
hey, how'd you do today?
really well. It was a lovely day for me. As usual, this class has been really wonderful, and like the last class, I kind of I'd have things to say or things to ask or whatever, and I just felt so quiet and like still that I didn't want to talk.
Mhm.
Also, last time I think I said anything in class, I remember thinking after I said whatever I said, like, what did I just say? Like, a little bit of resistance to sounding like a moron.
Welcome to my world.
But a couple things that were really lovely. First of all, I think it was Samantha who said that right from the beginning, like sinuses started clearing in that first piece.
Yeah.
And I had the same thing, which was really wonderful. And that is a thing that happens a lot with me for
Mhm.
oftentimes when we start a class, it'll often be the first thing or one of the first things, but it's always really good. And that happened in the third segment too, which was nice again. You can double down on that. You can always have clearer sinuses, or at least I can. And then when we did the thing with, I think it was like an old situation that was stressful or traumatic, or I don't remember how you phrased it exactly, but what came to mind was something that I guess it surprised me a little bit. Like it wasn't something that I thought of as being traumatic, but it was.
Mhm.
And when we were putting the awareness on the body, feeling like where the attention fell, my awareness went to my solar plexus, my lungs, and my throat. And it was, I don't know, it was like somehow that was like the logic of that somehow fit with what I understood about this situation where I had been quite under a lot of stress and pressure.
Mhm.
And but I didn't know that until my awareness went there, and I was like, oh yeah, that is where all of it is. It's in those spots. So that was kind of fun to like, because
Nice.
usually it'll be like something that doesn't make sense to me. Not that it has to, but it's nice when it does.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
Anyway, it's been wonderful.
Good.
Thank you, Greg.
And your body feels good today?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Good, good.
Thanks. Yeah.
So we've had a couple questions come in that were off topic. And I didn't know no one else's hands are raised or
Okay.
shares for, do you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Could there be a class to improve/restore cognition?
Yeah, it's a complicated issue. Like it's lots of contributing factors. It's very multifaceted, but and it depends if it's just like, oh, I'm not as sharp as I used to be versus there's dementia or, some form of issue. Is there something in particular you're trying to address or?
Friends, family, self.
Okay.
but nobody has like a severe health issue or something. It's just like standing around going, you know, that guy in the movie, that movie that was about that thing. Is it stuff like that, or is it like having a hard time like actually processing?
It's Robert. The I'm seeing a lot of people in my experiences, some of them relatives, parents, etc., that are starting to degrade in their ability to think and to reason. And in some cases, there's dementia, some it's Alzheimer's, there's all sorts
Sure.
of subtle things
Yeah.
with it.
Yeah, yeah.
But part of me says, in all the classes, we've never really talked about it from the perspective of we've done memory, yes, but that's not the same. It's they can
No,
recall,
it's not. Yeah, yeah. It's not the same. Yeah. I mean, it's they're related, but then they're not. You know what I
right,
mean?
right.
Yeah.
I just spent 3 days with my parents, an aunt, my brothers and sister-in-laws, and it was very obvious my parents and my aunt were not up to what they used to be. But they're
Yeah.
in their late 80s, early 90s,
Yeah.
so I'm not overly concerned, but I know there's things we can do to help people who are
Hmm.
starting that degeneration and to either delay it or in some cases even shift it entirely out of their space.
Right. I'd say there's a lot of contributing factors. Some of them we were kind of talking about today. For one, if there's a lot of inflammation in the body over a long period of time, that will impact cognitive function.
Okay.
There are issues where, I used to refer to it as transient inflammatory dementia, where somebody would have, you see this a lot in really extreme autoimmune issues like lupus or something like that, when they have a really bad flare up, they'll get dementia. Like, I mean, they have a hard time functioning and don't recall, and you know, it's pretty extreme. And then you calm down the response and you calm down the inflammation, and the dementia goes away. And so there are different kinds of dementia. Um, so there's that aspect, but also, like, if we go back to the idea of three brains, like we have the instinct, we have the emotion, we have the thought, the mind and the thought process. A lot of times cognitive issues are really like overstimulated instinctive responses, because what's happening is they're getting so overwhelmed by instinctive information that they are not able to like cognitively process, like their mind is too overloaded with that stimuli, so they don't really process things very well. And if you think about like how we were talking about, there's fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. Like fawning is like an overstimulation of instinctive responses. And so, it's just not really processing information. It's like information comes in, it's like, okay, adjust, adjust, rather than, okay, what's this about? What do we know? What's our experience? Like, instead of like cognitively processing it, their mind's just like jumping around and just reacting to all these kind of pieces of information. And so the idea is, again, here, slowing down that dysregulation of the sympathetic nervous system, or that dystonia, not just in general, but in different areas of the body, especially the immune system, especially the endocrine function, especially the nervous system itself, and muscle and fascia. You know, muscle and fascia contribute to more things than people realize. And you could even say, you know, that whole idea of three brains, like the mental, the emotional, and the instinctive, as weird as it sounds, you could say that's a fascial issue. You know, it's fascia plays a role. It's almost like this like veil or barrier between the conscious and the unconscious. And so another part of instinctive responses is just this like over agitated state in the unconscious. And it's just like screaming and yelling. Consciously, we don't really feel it. Right. But on the unconscious level, you know, and so we don't really have a rhyme or reason for it, because that too is beyond our senses. But what happens is it stirs up emotion and it stirs up thought in a way that we become very reactive in our thinking rather than cognitively thinking. And so
is this almost like they're sort of pulling out one teeny tiny piece of what's happening and drawing a conclusion on that and not realizing it's part of a bigger picture?
Yeah, to a certain extent. I would also say, you know how like sometimes old people will blare TVs, like they'll blare them really loud because they really can't hear, you know, so you'll walk into the house and the TV's playing really loud.
Yes.
It's like they have 10 TVs like that going in the background and they're trying to think.
Okay.
Like the unconscious sometimes can get so loud and so kind of chaotic, and just so it's not like that there's even a pattern there. It's just like and then they're trying to like sit and think, and it's too much. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and I'm using certain people in my life as sort of patterns.
I wouldn't say it's everybody, but
right,
I'd say it's probably that more than it's not.
Even if the idea for the class is to start a progression of things that we can use in a very practical sense.
Mm-hmm.
And again, not for everyone. Say, okay, this technique is for this situation, and technique segment 2 is for this situation, and segment 3 for this situation. And do the ones that we can make, that we can help on, that we can bring in a positive change. And obviously not every case is possible to do, certainly not always possible with oils. And sometimes the percentage of people in that case is so small, you don't have enough info to say what to do. But anything could help. It's not that I felt helpless, it's that I know there's things to help them.
So I'm going to say something in a different way.
Okay.
Like I get where you're going with it. I think I should say. Let me just sit with this for a second, and I can say I can explain it in a different way. Okay, so how we were talking about like the instinctive responses and then reactions and emotion and then with the intellect, it's repetitive thought. right? The intellect is repetitive in its nature, and we might be able to step away from it, but its nature is always going to be its nature, and it works for us and it can work against us. But depending on how well we're able to step away from it, or allow for other things to happen, like the intuitional mind, so the thing that I would say, if we're talking about it from the point of view of cognition, on one level, the mind is the endocrine system functioning through the nervous system, like on a very low level. That's what it is. Like a lot of our thoughts are, the endocrine system and the nervous system are having a little powwow, and that's producing our thoughts. Right? So that's one level. But then, another way of saying cognition or cognitive ability is to say intelligence. Well, if we're starting to talk about intelligence, it's not so much the intelligence that we have, it's the intelligence that we can tap into. Like the mind is more of like a vessel than it is a generator, And so on one level, the lower mind, it's processing and being a vessel from things coming from the body. But the more repetitive the mind is, the less we are able to tap into intelligence or intelligences, right? Because even like when you look at the idea of doing the work with the different planetary aspects, like we just did the sun, a week or two ago or whatever that was. That's a kind of intelligence, it's a kind of consciousness. And then when we did Mercury, it's a kind of consciousness or a kind of intelligence. And what happens over a period of time, if there's very little or no intuitive part of the mind, and it's just intellect, as we get older and we get older and we get older, it's repeating something that just keeps like in that degenerative place. And our ability to tap into intelligence or intelligences is diminished. And again, you could go back to the body and say sympathetic nervous system dystonia, right? In the mind, that same thing would be too much intellect, little or no intuition, right? What's that?
I was just going to say, from your description, it's almost like they can no longer bring in their intuition.
Yeah. It's like what I said earlier. It's kind of like a form of bondage. It becomes so rigid and so repetitive that they can't see beyond the wall. Like they can't get through, because like even when somebody has a lot of repetition of the mind, they still get flashes of things on the other side, right?
Yeah.
But at some point, they're just in a dark room. Like they don't see past the wall anymore. And our intelligence, what we think is like, oh, I'm totally tapping into this. This is something that I thought of. A lot of times it's something outside of yourself that you're bringing in. And, that's the whole idea of intuition and our learning is we're not just going outside or beyond our senses out in the physical world. We're also tapping into a kind of intelligence that is greater than our mind. Yeah. And like people who are really smart or geniuses have the ability to kind of climb that ladder and come back down really easily. And it has nothing to do with like book smarts or, how much time they spent at the university. And because you see a lot of people who are very intelligent, maybe dropped out of university or didn't even go to university, or, whatever it might be. It's because a lot of times if you ask them, the university was too stale. Like it was too just, it wasn't dynamic enough. It wasn't intriguing. It wasn't exhilarating. They are already tapping into something.
Hold on
And
a second
so,
here.
what's that?
And sorry, had some people come over and I can't hear. So so going back a little bit to what you said about the unconscious being loud, is that the reason they can't tap into their intuition, or is it just
Yeah, like
hard when you're older?
you could say the unconscious is a set of luggage that, like, when you go into the intuition, you're dragging that luggage with you, and if it's too heavy, sometimes
Can't
you
get
can't get
there.
up the stairs. Like, you know what I
Okay.
mean? Yeah.
So it's as much about diminishing the sound of the unconsciousness as well as developing the intuitive ability again.
Practicing awareness, like how we do, how we practice awareness and awareness on the body. You're tapping into intuition, but part of why that works is it's purifying and regulating to the unconscious. So you're kind of doing a chicken and egg thing. Like, which one really came first? I don't know, but you just kind of keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And
that's
like
where my question was leading. How do you do both? And
yeah.
so, okay. So body awareness, situational awareness,
Yeah.
any form of awareness.
Fascial work can be helpful, like so working the fascia, the muscle, the trigger points, all that kind of stuff. It can be helpful. I mean, because this is one of the odd things is, I've made statements here before a little bit, but I used to make comments to this to some of the psychologists and some of the osteopaths I used to work. I was like, I think I could cure certain kinds of mental illness with trigger points. And an osteopath like laughed in my face. And he is like, that's such BS. You're, whatever. He said some derogatory words. And so, but we were working together, and we weren't friends. Like, we worked together, but it's not like we were buddies. You know what I mean? And so he was kind of critical of me, which in a way I kind of liked, because like he wasn't going to just let me have something. Like, I had to earn everything that I got. Every result that I got, I really had to prove it. And I was doing exactly what I said. I was resolving some forms of mental illness with working very particular trigger points, and it blew his mind. Like, he kept trying to disprove it, and like at one point he was like, I keep trying to disprove this, and I just keep proving it. Like, I keeps making it more clear. And I was like, I'm telling you, the muscle and the fascia, again, going back in the day, not as much was known about trigger points and fascia and everything, but you had the work of Dr. Rolfe and some of those earlier osteopaths back from like the mid 1800s, and their viewpoint of the body and how to treat things was very different than it is now. Even like we were talking about the other night, like there's one guy who a lot of osteopathic principles and chiropractic principles are based on his work back from the mid 1800s. His name's A.T. Still. And he referred to the lymphatic system as spiritual fluid. He said it's spiritual fluid. Like, if you want to spiritualize somebody, work the lymphatic system. Yeah. And if somebody was having like some sort of spiritual blockage, he goes, you can always trace it back to the lymphatic system. Always. And I don't know that I would be that extreme, but I get what he's saying. I totally get what he's saying. And it's because of how much the lymphatic system impacts our way that we interact with the environment, how we throw off lower vibrational energy has to do with cognitive processes in the head. If the lymphatic system is stagnant in the body, the brain is foggy. Bottom line, it's just that happens. And so, I mean, foggy brain can be endocrine, it can be lymphatic, it could be allergies, it could be immune. There's all kinds of reasons why. And a lot of times it's multiple factors. But, even like doing the memory thing, when I was pulling that class together, because we've done a couple different versions of it, I started having talks with Samantha, like, how far do I go down the rabbit hole? Like, because I want to keep it practical for you guys, but at the same time, I want to kind of push the envelope a bit, but not have it be so obscure that it's just hard to process. And so that's why I do like little bits at a time. And then we kind of process it and then we go, okay, let's move to this next piece. And the work of any aspect of going deeper into intuition, you could say, is like improving cognitive function. It would be hard to say like this would do that, because the issue is people are at different places with how rigid their intellect is. There's some people that are maybe a little bit more open. There are people that maybe it's just the issue is the instincts are just super over agitated and you just calm them down and it just turns on. And some people are incredible micromanagers and won't let anything move. I mean, nothing. And
there's some also related topics to this.
Trauma is a big one.
Right. But
Yeah,
there's
like
also
people
trauma for
processing
those.
trauma.
There's trauma for those of us who watch our parents and elders progress in that manner. And so, I look at it and say, what is there for me so that I have a different approach than what I'm doing now that is obviously not working and not helping in any way. But
For
there's
yourself or
also
for them?
partially, I part of it is my interactions with them. It's like my dad, for instance, there were certain things I would tell him and he had it down in a split second and he'd never ask the question again. Well, now he's starting to ask about those things and forget things.
Yeah.
This may be a different form, but then I get reactive like, what do you mean you don't remember this? You remembered it 3 months ago. You remembered it a year ago.
Mm.
And then I get all, I don't want to say triggered, but yeah, triggered and excited, which doesn't help the situation. It doesn't make my dad remember. And this is true with my mom and my mother-in-law. They're all in the relative same age. So that's another cluster of things we could work on. And then there's also what can we do for prevention for ourselves and others who are maybe not in our 80s, but certainly progressing in age.
Yeah, the intuitive practices are the big one. Always, basic things. Also, be sure that you have good blood supply to the head. So rosemary for blood supply, basil for reducing mental stress and stimulating cognitive function, atractalodes and sage for neuroprotective qualities for it, detoxing the body through lymphatic function. I'd say all of that plays a role. But if you look at the idea of intuition, it's also tied to healing processes. And so usually when the person has more access to the intuitive mind, the body usually is in better shape than if it was just purely in intellect, or if the body is in a super stressed out state. So just always de-stressing the body, and always, de-stressing meaning, yes, vagal tone, but also the dystonia in the different systems, reducing inflammation. If you do that, you're always in a better place than you could have, would have been by its own devices, And I would say the idea of unwinding muscle and fascia, plays a big role. Because if you look at the anabolic state, it's like the time where our body really regenerates in our sleep. Immune system, nervous system, endocrine system, they all reboot, but it's also muscular and fascial. So like those four things play a big role in our regeneration, rejuvenation, and everyday health.
This all begins to make, to me, I see pieces of this picture in my own life as I'm moving more into the intuitive and making sure I use both intuition and intellect in the right way. And as I do that, and as I do more of the intuitive practices, I find that I heal faster.
Yeah.
And I stay in a better state of healing overall. Not as many things set me off or making me upset.
Right. So right there's a very key thing that you said. Not as many things set you off, but you'll notice that behavior over a period of time, you also stop doing things that would generate those stress responses.
Yes.
Before. So like part of why your body's in a better place is because not only are you unwound the stress and everything, but you don't go, yeah, that's happening, let's get super stressed out about that. Like you go, yeah, maybe I just won't say anything, or maybe I'll just do whatever, and make different decisions. And so then your body's just in this less stressed out state. It's like the thing, it's like how we talked about like harmonics when we did the vibrational healing class, is resonance is interaction with the environment, like a back and forth, right? And then harmonics is the pattern. We establish a pattern, because as much as we try to be intuitive, that intellect or homeostasis in the body is still going to generate some sort of pattern. And so at some point we start creating different patterns in the life that then reflects the vagal tone or the lack of stress that's in us. We start interacting and having first as the resonance and then eventually as the harmonics. And that whole idea from that class, the spinal thalamic tract and vibration, and then the resonance and the harmonics and all of that has to do with fascia. All of that whole class was about fascia. I didn't say that, but that's what it was about. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So going back to my original question, in some ways, I'm definitely willing to change the intent of the question, but it was partially to have a conversation like this and say,
Mhm.
can we take this and expand upon this conversation and make it a little bit more so that many of us who have these situations coming up know what to do for ourselves and for our friends and family who are in that progression.
So the thing that I would say about that is it would be hard to have like a template that's like a predetermined template to go, if this is there, then this. Because
Okay.
again, people are in different places, like what I was saying about trauma. Like, like you go to those situations with shooting victims, the mass shootings and everything. I had a bunch of meetings with different groups to try to put like, a group of therapists to go in and help different situations. And, you know, the reason why it was hard to move it forward was you got people coming from different social levels, different religious backgrounds, different economic backgrounds, different life experiences. You can't just say, we're going to do these three things and everybody's going to start getting better. It was a case by case basis. And so the thing that I would say there, as somebody who's trying to help other people, the more that you work it in yourself, the more you'll recognize it in others and be able to help another person with where they're at. And even if you look at it from the point of view of, like, say, energy healing, your ability to produce a healing result in another person depends on how deep you can go inside of yourself and shift to heal that person. Right. So, like, if like, I'm not getting results, the normal reaction is like, what can I do different to help this person? But really it should be, where do I need to go inside to be able to help that person? What do I need to go inside me and shift to help that person? Because as soon as you start engaging that healing process, their problem becomes your problem, and their problem and your problem, they have some resistance, you have a similar resistance somewhere. Even if it's not something that's apparent, it's still tapped into something. And so your ability to shift that is really your ability to go, okay, where's that resistance? I'm working through it. Now I can do the healing.
It
Even if it's
is,
something simple and physical.
are you sort of describing a form of intuitive stamina in a way? The ability to go deeper. Physical stamina is the ability to sort of to go beyond what you think you can, that you can do it for a
Oh,
length of
okay.
time.
I see. Yeah, it is kind of like that, kind of stamina. I never thought about it like that, but yeah, with that explanation, I would say, yeah,
Okay.
you're going beyond. You're going into like, how we're talking about the unconscious. You're going into more unconscious spaces to get an answer that.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yes. And when we, from what you're saying and what I'm feeling, the more we step into that unconscious, the more we hit things we have not yet healed in ourselves. And we find things we need to work on, whether it's during a session for a client or
Right.
just in life in general.
Right. And the thing that I would say, I would agree with everything you just said.
Okay.
But the thing that I would say deeper is, we might not necessarily have the issue internally,
Right.
but we could like find something that's there, because even like when we go inside to find that thing inside us, we're engaging the healing process, and the healing process in the body is a reflection of something that's higher. And so really what you're doing is you're accessing the higher aspect and bringing it down into the form to generate the healing. You don't have to intend it. You don't have to use your intellect. You just kind of go inward, and then you're already wired for it all. You're just accessing the circuit board, you could say. And then, okay, how do I heal this? Ugh. And so, like, through healing other people, the healer evolves.
When I first learned pranic healing, my first healing modality, my original thought was, oh, this is sort of like if you have this condition, here's what you do. If you have that condition, that's what you do. And as I progressed through learning it, experiencing it, attempting to use it for others' benefit, it was like this, oh, it's not that simple. Yes, there's tools and techniques, but you also have to, there's something about yourself and shifting yourself, which all of this led to other modalities and perspectives and the ongoing healing that I'm still experiencing till today. It's something that's to me very fascinating. And as I go through it more, it's like, oh, this is far more intuitive than intellectual. And I'm also seeing where over the years, all the questions that guided me with a client to truly understand what they're trying to heal and where that block is that's preventing the healing for them. All that came from intuition, not from intellect. I have no idea where most of the questions came from, but they came nonetheless. And so as we're talking, I can see, oh, that was intuition talking to me and coming through me to give me the questions that led to a healing for someone and a learning for me, a new experience.
Yeah.
So anyway, that all makes more sense now in many ways.
Oh, good.
Thank you
It's an
very much.
interesting path, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. It's very interesting. I can look back and see back to when I was about 17 or 18, my intuition in action, but I couldn't describe it. I didn't know it was called intuition. It didn't make any sense to me, but I had experiences back then. And so it's just been growing since then. And I love it. I'm excited by it. And I know all these classes contribute to that growth of my intuition. So thank you very much.
You're so welcome. A topic that will be continued.
Thank you.
I think that's a great note to end on for today.
Okay. All right. So we'll start at 10 a.m. in the morning and yeah, we'll hit the ground running.